Nom nom neem 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 nom nom. Good morning. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Mountain Standard Time. You are here at Jortlandia. I am setting a goal right now. Jortlandian Socialist Tax. That's what it's called. So yeah, I saw this thing with Tucky. I don't want Christianity anywhere near capitalism. With some dude. I don't even know who the dude is. Anyone even know who the dude is? I don't even know who the dude is. Some proddy, something. Looks like a proddy. Anyway, he was on with him. We're going to look at that. They talk about a bit about socialism and capitalism, and the dude's saying Christianity is essentially inherently socialist, which is silly. If it was inherently socialist, then the mixed market economy that was the Byzantine Empire was really off track then, I guess. So what happens is people then, they cherry pick and they'll try to find instances where Christians biblically are called to help, to increase the welfare to the needy and stuff, which is a deontic of Christianity, not a proclaimed system. It's not a proclaimed system or economy. So while Christianity isn't inherently capitalistic, these are, by the way, modern economic terms. But the idea that socialism, as it's defined, also modern, trying to transpose that back into the past merely by looking at instances where, I don't know, people helped each other, or a church or a government came in and intervened and forced the distribution of something in an instant. These are still not arguments that Christianity is itself socialist. At best, you're pointing to instances, if I granted them, instances where a government or a body of authority intervened and applied its force and power to do something. That's not a system. That's an instance. And this is how a lot of the leftists argue, is they'll look at instances and they'll cite Christ and parables and all sorts of things and go, see, that's socialism. When you look at socialism, it's almost, actually 100%, a reaction to already acquired wealth. That's what it is. It's like a gripe. It's a grievance. Socialism is a grievance policy. It looks at something that gets created, whether it's by free market, enterprise, combination of slave trade, military acquisition, whatever it be. It's a statement about how you divvy up the thing that then got created or acquired. It's never a system about creating the things. It's always at the tail end. Always. Every time. It's that way with Marx. Any way you cut it, you're going to be looking at a system that looks at goods and services and wealth. And by the way, the disparity of wealth is pretty consistent. Now, there's some unfair stuff. People crony up, people cheat, people lie, people tweak and cheat the system, whatever. But even if it was completely fair, it would produce disparity. That's the nature of it. It's a consequence of the system. If you have a system that aggregates people's skill sets and their goods and services and labor and brings them to the table, not all of them are going to be equally traded. That's just the fact. They're not equally traded. People value different things. So if you value people valuing different things, you're already moving away from this utopia of equal distribution and equality among people for all things. You can't have it. It's impossible. You can't have that with power. You can't have it with anything. It's equality itself. The only true metaphysical equality would be image bearer status. There is no equality in the world ever. So when people say, oh, is it Christian? Is it Christian? They look at, how could you have tithing and also be socialist? People look at tithing and they see that's socialism. No, tithing would assume someone has acquired some wealth in the form of currency that represents the existing labor or product that was made and traded. And they are taking a percent and giving it to an institution. Tithing wouldn't even make sense if everything just straight out started, quote, socialist. What capital are you using to compel tithing? What are you actually asking for if the money itself would be useless? Be a useless feature of the system. You wouldn't need to tithe because the tithing would then go into purchasing things. What would be a tithe? You'd literally just be giving items. The tithing wouldn't be a percent of your income or whatever. It wouldn't be that at all. You wouldn't need to tithe. The system of socialism would be perpetual tithing from all directions. Everyone tithes to everyone. Well, who makes stuff then? Oh, I forgot about that part. I forgot about the part that you have to make things. Who maintains the things? Oh, I forgot about that part. So is there a disproportionate amount of labor that's required to be divvied out to people to maintain an operative society? Yeah. The 80-20 rule is fairly accurate descriptively. I'm not saying it ought be, it just is. That, about 80% are usually just sort of consumers and exchange of things, and 20% make things, and the 5% of the 20% are very specific in what they make and do, and they're the exception. That's how the world works. Steelborn Morning, Jimothy Robert. Would you ever play word games with Brian Shapiro? Remember, if someone says philosophy is bad, that's a philosophical statement. I don't know. That guy's insufferable. Honestly, insufferable. That's a false. You can't just say things are false, Jack. You have to use your big words, okay? You have to say it's false for this reason, right? Or this is what you said and this is why it's false. You can't just say things are false and say, wow, okay? Okay? By the way, here's a perfect example, Jack. Jack Talcott, classic utopian socialist or something like this, right? Anti-capitalist, okay? Let's say I make an item out of metal, right? Let's say I make an item out of metal. And Jack wants that item. He's like, I would love an item. I would love a beautiful cross. He'd say, I'm not Orthodox, but I really love that Orthodox silver cross you made. I like it. I like that. And I go, cool, yeah, no, what do you have? What do you make? And he's all, I ponder the possibilities of a utopian society where everyone's fed. Yeah, what do you make? What do you do? What can you give me in exchange for my service of making this cross for you? I can give you an essay. Have you seen my streams? I've got ideas. I have a vision of society that's beautiful. It's just like that simple. It's that simple. If I want boots, but I don't want bread, and the person who can give me boots doesn't want what I have, I need something in between to trade them because they don't want what I have. But I want what they have. How do we make this happen? That's what currency is. That's all it is. And people are like, oh, money is the root of all evil. No, the love of money which really represents not just the currency, but the accumulation of material wealth. The love of that. That's the problem. The love of that. Not the use of that. It's not the use of the thing. It's the love of the thing above all. Anyway. Let's look at what is socialism. Because people go, oh, is Christianity socialist? Is it capitalist? Well, in a sense, it's neither. But the question is, if it's inherently neither, let's say, just a nice flat playing ground, then you look at it if it's compatible. Because Christianity could be inherently not something, but it doesn't mean it's not compatible with the thing. So is Christianity compatible with capitalism? Yeah, with strong intervention. With a lot of intervention. It's compatible. Maybe even further toward some type of mixed economy, but definitely strong intervention. Because capitalism without morality, capitalism is pretty much a fast track to servicing people's fleshly desires and so forth. Like that becomes the machinery of the system. It's not duties. It's just what people want. Let's serve what people want. Okay, yeah, that's a problem without a Christian core and an authority that deploys some of these rules and regulations. The question isn't whether or not there should be regulations. The question is which ethical paradigm installs the regulations, from what view? That's the question. Because someone will always be doing it. In fact, the anarchistic free market system, that is also the obliteration of rules and limitations is itself an ethical view. That is, that people seek to enforce, or lack thereof. Anyway, socialism, an economic and political system based on public or collective ownership of the means of production. Now, right there, just start with that. The means of production. Well, the human being having the skill and the knowledge to make anything and to do it well, how the assumption is the public owns that knowledge. Well, that's already false. Let's say a tradition of agricultural theory is passed down through generations, and it's not written. It's all in the mind of the family and the extended family that practices it and teaches their offspring. How can the public own the knowledge? That's the means of production. How are you going to produce something if you don't have the knowledge of producing it? How can the public own something that the person internally has in their mind that they're not required to tell you how to do it? They don't need to tell you. Yeah, exactly. It comes down to that. It comes down to slavery, some type of slavery, where you're compelling people through some force. And I'm not even ultimately against that. There are instances where that actually might be the best thing, but that's kind of what it's saying, and that's not consistent with the Christian view. Thank you for your back taxes. So further, such as factories, who builds the factory? Farms, you know how to farm? Someone needs to know how to farm. You know, accessing and acquiring natural resources properly, effectively, rather than private ownership, right? So this idea of private ownership. Any of the instances where someone proposes socialism is a reaction to some disparity that they have an icky feeling about the disparity of private ownership and wealth. That's what the reaction is. It's like economic Protestantism. That's what it is. It's about like this idea of fairness and equality of items. It's a kid. It's like my children, you know. Every time I have 3 children, every time they come home from going outside or playing with friends, and there's an unequal amount of things that they acquire from their friends, whether it's like a piece of candy or a toy or something, immediately you're dealing with people who, in their emotion, are advocating for some type of socialism. They're like children. And you say to your kid, well, I mean, did you even earn that to begin with? Like someone gave you something and now you're already starting off unfair. Well, you know, if it was fair, you wouldn't even have it, honestly. If it was fair, you'd have nothing. That's what's fair. You have nothing. That's the only proper fair equalizer for all things, is that everyone has nothing and you're happy. Everyone owns nothing and you're happy. So it goes into what the ownership is of things. Well, dude, it just necessitates straight up whipping slavery. And the reason is, just like Walter White, the knowledge of how to make the special crack, the special meth, the knowledge of that is unique. So, like, that's the only way you could do it. But then again, if the knowledge of how to make the meth is special and unique to the person, Walter White, the entire reason that you're holding him at gunpoint to make it is because there's a capitalist society to begin with. So you own the means of production for what? Well, it's usually to sell it to people, right? Well, no, that's gone too. The selling part's gone. And then what is that? Now you're veering away from the more strict version of socialism, and you're moving toward, well, what is this other subset, right? What's the other subset that has this like sort of pseudo-capitalist society where people can pretend to trade with each other, but you're calling it socialism? It's like, no, you always have capital that's produced, wealth that's produced. Then a bunch of people start complaining and go, we should do it differently. And you go, why is it always the case that socialism advocates are at the tail end of wealth production, where things are produced and done well, effectively? And then there's disparity because of it. Then they come in and go, you know what we should do? And we're like, wait, why is it the case that your socialist utopia system never is the thing that produces any of the stuff that you demand be equally distributed? What is it that's equally distributed? Well, wealth and stuff and property and cars and houses. Yeah, now that you have them, right? Oh, yeah, now that we have them. Why do you have them? Well, I mean, they are a kind of a cute feature of a market society. But, you know, we're trying to seek what's fair here. Okay. No, not really. No, usury is not. Now, we're stuck in it, Trex, so we have to work with what we've got, you know. Apparently, getting kicked out of 109 countries isn't enough to stop the usury system that the entire world is basically dependent on, unfortunately. So, what are you going to do? Ownership, goals. What's the goal? So what's the goal of socialism? The goal of Christianity is not economic. So the idea, if the goal of socialism, if socialism has its own goal and it's incompatible with the goals of Christianity, then it's not compatible. Socialism holds the means of... See, capitalism itself doesn't have a goal. There's no like... Socialism has an ethical worldview tied to it where it's about equality. Capitalism it's not there's nothing embedded in it that says where it's going. It's just a descriptive system of exchange of labor. Does it lead to some terrible things? Yeah, that's why you need some type of intervention. But that would be a distinction too. Socialism in any way, shape, or form, we simply go, why should we do that? And it's like, because equality and fairness. So there's an ethical thing that's bound to it. It's a grievance. People won't want to hear this, but being a billionaire is almost inherently sinful in the sense that if you have so much wealth, yet you don't provide for those in need, that is sinful. Yeah, well, being a billionaire itself wouldn't be sinful. That's just a result. So God can bless you with billions of dollars, and God can curse you with billions of dollars. And so the question is, what do you do? It's always, what do you do? What do you do with what you got? That's your test. That's your moral test. What do you do with what you got? It's not that what you got gives you your moral status and worth, where what you're standing. No, it's that latter part, taint, that's important. What do you do? Acquiring wealth itself, no, you can take wealth and do amazing things. You can take $1 billion and put up, 25 parishes that are beautiful, fully equipped with iconography everywhere. You can send men into the priesthood. You can send them. You can sponsor them. You can do all sorts of things. So that's the thing. It's like, no, it's not the circumstances. Circumstances themselves, whether it's monetary or not, the circumstances themselves can't be the positive ontology of evil. So there's that. So there's a problem with even the description of means of production. What does that even mean? Does everyone own everything equally? Okay, who gets the say then? If everyone owns everything, how do you determine? This is why Christianity is hierarchical. Socialism, if it were applied, which it can't be applied. So when the socialist says it's never been tried, you should actually start granting them that. And you go, yeah, you know why? Because it's impossible. Because it's descriptive. It's like feminism. It can't be applied because it can't meet what's descriptively true about reality, which is it's hierarchical. That there's always going to be some sort of cascade of power and authority. And so if everyone owns everything, who determines what you do with it? Well, suddenly you can't have everyone own everything. It's the reason why you can't, even in the sense of property or ownership in the modern sense, you can't have a 50-50 ownership of something because you can just have a stalemate and then nothing gets done. And guess what? If you have a 50-50 chance at doing something with something, the only arbiter, the thing that actually decides it, would be a war, would be a duel. Think about it. That's what a duel is. Now, if you have 51% ownership and 49%, you don't need a duel. It's already determined. That person says. That's it. That's embedded in the church. That's embedded in the house for Christianity. That's not embedded. Socialism doesn't have a hierarchy of authority. It actually advocates for the opposite. So even metaphysically, the operating system that socialism is not the operating system that Christianity is. Makes me physically ill to have been given something I didn't earn. Yeah, I despise it. I don't like that either. Okay, so in the goal, socialism is prioritizing equitable distribution. That's materialism. Christianity is not materialistic. So if you said socialism, Christianity is socialism. No, it's not. Christianity doesn't prioritize equitable distribution of stuff. No, that's wrong. Does it compel philanthropy and helping? Yes. That's not the equal distribution of stuff. That's actually the opposite. If there are people in need, you focus on the people in need. If it was equitable, you'd focus on the people in need and the people not in need. They would need help. They would need their version of help too. Someone's doing well, they're eating lobster. This person's poor, needs help physically, mentally, spiritually. And you're like, oh, I'm going to help that person as a Christian. Look at this. And then the socialist goes, well, you need to help the rich person too. Or steal from them. Anyway, so this whole thing comes up because of Tucky. I don't know what Tucky's thinking. The things he was agreeing with is bizarre, and I don't even know who this dude is. Does anyone know who this dude is he's talking to? Speaking of socialism, 6 out of 10, we got 4 minutes left, 4 more to go. Don't make me use force. And no, Jortlandia is not a socialist society. It's a totalitarian society.
If you can't have 50-50 ownership, who is Ortho Thug's ultimate daddy?
Well, logistically I am, because the channel is under my account name. So I have more power, but not because I'm better or some sort of leader. It's just because the location of the channel it's under my account. So I pay Tony. Okay. Speaking of capitalism, a massive super chat from Flavius. So tankies find this evil? Good. Yeah, this is evil, right? You know what, Flavius? We should have figured out how many people are in the chat today, and we really should have taken your $100 instead of donating to the channel and the person who's providing the value. We just split it up. 400? What's that? Nice. Nice. People doing well. Split it up. 400 people. Not bad. Not bad at all. Thank you so much for that. Holy cow. All right. All right, let's get this guy in the screen here. Hey, Tucky. How's it going, buddy? So, he's taken some heat recently for saying that Trump shouldn't instigate with Muslims and mock them. I think we should be mocking Muslims. I think we should mock Muslims publicly in the West, not just mocking Iran and distant countries and nations and their leaders. I think it should be difficult for Muslims to live in America. I think it should be socially very difficult and uncomfortable for Muslims to live here. That's what I think. And Tucky saying otherwise, I don't know, man. You're on my radar now. You're on my list.
How that makes any sense at all. Instead, you had the President of the United States say, we need the oil. Oil's really important. True and true. Therefore, we're going to take it. And therefore, apparently, we did. In the days after that operation, the successful removal of the president of the country and the installation of his vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, as president, our president, Donald Trump, held a widely publicized on-camera meeting with the heads of American oil companies and talked through how we're going to split up the natural resources of Venezuela and why this is great for America. So why should Christians have paused at exactly that moment and asked, can I still support this? Is this what I voted for? Is this what I want? Is this acceptable? And the reason is really simple, because Trump at that moment revealed that the motive was taking something that we wanted. And that's not acceptable for Christians. In fact, that's not acceptable for Americans or any civilized people, because taking other people's stuff by force cannot be allowed. In fact,
now this is bizarre because there are times where taking stuff with force is allowed. It's not, you can't just generally say the statement, you shouldn't be able to do that. No. We can do that. Tucky, according to his philosophy, if there were a bunch of pagans that were practicing and doing all sorts of stuff, let's say they brought back all the practices in the Old Testament that we silenced, he's like, don't do that. You can't do that. You can't take their pagan space of worship. It's not yours. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we take it, we consecrate it. We baptize it. We baptize the land. Now, is it true that because there are instances you can do that it's right to do, that it's right in all instances? No. But that's the thing. We're not libertarians.
Bob, hope you're doing well. I think we should make the Muslims and Indians pay jizya to us.
Thank you. All right. 8 out of 10, not one goal met. Start another one. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. Yeah, I understand. That's a charitable approach, but it's not that simple. It's not to say, look, to live by the sword and the sword alone, you'll die by it. Yes, that's true. But that doesn't mean you never use force. Doesn't make any sense. You can't just be like it's either or and it's a true dichotomy. You either never use force and you never take things, or if you do, suddenly, you're violating what Christ said to Peter. No, it's not that simple. It's not that simple. In fact, an ordered society, if Tucky here believed in an ordered Christian society, you'd be always ready to take something from somebody. You see someone holding, some obscene sex toy in public, you take it from them and you put it away, put it in the trash. Okay? Yeah, you take it from them. Yeah, but that's not Christian. It's Christian to abide by classical liberal ideology and let people be until they completely degrade your country from the inside like a cancer. That's Christian. No, Tucky. No. Sorry. And this is like what we're dealing with in America especially, is like what constitutes conservatism is actually just classical liberalism. What constitutes Christianity is this soft Christianity. Well, Christ, it's so beautiful. Christianity, it just allows Satan and demons to take over all of your land and to oppress you and to shut down your places of worship and to make the public square an obscene site of early pagan moon orgies. Yeah. That's so Christian. Unbelievable. JB, is 20 pounds enough for you to watch 20-second clip and give your opinion? Yeah. Meverse. Well, yeah, you can send it or tell me where it's at. Take a look at it. Not one goat met. Last I heard, Tucky was taking counsel in private from solid Orthodox. Hopefully.
Preventing that is the basis of our legal code. If there's one thing that every person knows, that is, in a civilized country, you can't steal without penalty. It's not allowed. That doesn't...
Well, no, that's a citizen. So he's conflating a government and a citizen. In fact, no, a government, like the idea of stealing something, right, in the modern sense, from a legal view, what are we talking about? You can't steal something? Okay. So I can't steal, the government can't steal, or me as a citizen who maybe in some instances we can act as the government, like citizen arrest type of stuff. We can't manage indecency. Tucky. Oh, that's wrong. No, you can't take all of the, I know they have obscene dildos strapped to their heads at a playground, but you can't take it from them. Okay. On my channel, it's my only post. What's your channel name? Take a look. Thank you for that.
Belong to you. You can't shoplift. You can't rob banks. You can't embezzle.
Glory to
you
God.
Can't invade
Dragon.
countries to steal their stuff because they're all varieties of the same theme, which is theft. And theft is wrong. It's wrong under the American legal code, but it's also wrong under the Christian legal code. Theft is wrong. Spelled out really clearly. It's also intuitive. And here was the president saying, we're just stealing this because we can. Well, as a practical matter, that's quite a thing to say out loud.
See, the question here, because you're not talking about inside a civilized society where you agree on laws, for the citizens, you're extending this idea of the nation ethical code to the world level code, and it does get into a little bit of fuzzy territory. And I'm not going to pretend I know where the lines meet and diverge. But I will say, warfare, if it's war, sometimes war, maybe many times, war doesn't look like explosions and pew-pews and all sorts of things. Sometimes war at this level is resource war. That's the war. And Tucky's pretending that two countries are actually citizens. I mean, Trump represents an obese citizen called the United States who's pretty much fully occupied by materialism. And Iran, I mean, they're doing better, a lot better with some of their decency codes. Why are they doing this? And it's like, no, this is a larger scale stuff, bro. You can't look at these countries and the intricacy of geopolitics and leverage and natural resources and war and all this stuff going on and pretend that from this like some commoner perspective, it's like, why aren't the nations operating like commoners in America? Well, because it's not the same rules, man. It's not the same rules. Not sure why force would be wrong. Jesus drove people out of the temple. It's not wrong. The question is what informs the proper use and the improper use of force. This gets into a much bigger conversation about whose worldview and ethical system governs society and the world itself, inevitably. Whose is it? Because if it's not yours, it's going to be someone else's.
Given that we know from history that the things you do will be done unto you. Once you set a standard, you will have to live by that standard. Write a law, you'll be judged by that law. So if the new law is, I can take it because I want it, and I have more power than you, at some point, we can rest assured the tables will be turned, and the things that we want and cherish and have earned and that we own will be taken from us by force.
Yeah, but this is a problem. This is still a problem. People make this argument during debates where they're like, I'm a Christian, but I would never enforce my ethics onto society through law. You know why? Because then they can do it to us. And you're like, they do it to us. And then Tucky comes in and is like, I know, they are doing it. The leftist lunatics are completely taking over and informing policy from their broken philosophy. But if you do it to them, they might do it to you. They're doing it to us. I know, but if you do it to them, then they can do it to you. They're doing it to us. That's true. I mean, I can't argue with that.
At the moment when some other power has more force than we do. It's really simple, sometimes called the law of the jungle. And it may be the law of nature.
Racist.
But people don't want to live under that law because it is a brutal and unforgiving law. So they create hierarchy.
Hide from you? I see you. What you got? I commented on your ex. Oh, we should stop everything. This guy I don't know commented on my ex. By all means, let's stop the show.
Laws, or they appeal to the highest law of all, which is God's law, which prohibits that.
No. See, this guy's all over the place. God's law doesn't prohibit law. I mean, this is where they get to in these conversations. Who's that long-haired proddy guy? who's an atheist now. He has long hair, and he's got a friend named Rhett. He a couple months ago posted something like about this. He was like, "Oh no, if you're a real Christian, I mean, you cannot use force, really, you know." And it's like, what's law, dude? Do you want it to be illegal? Do you want abortion to be illegal? Yes or no? Yeah, of course. Okay, cool. Are you going to use force? Yeah. Even theft. This is the irony. You want theft to be illegal? Of course I do. It's completely immoral. Okay. Do you want to threaten people with force? Do you want to threaten people with force and jail time if they steal? That's your ethical view with coercion. You go into a cage if you steal. Are you okay with that? Of course I'm okay with that.
So this was a profound moment in American history, probably in the history of the modern world, where the most powerful nation said, if we want it, we'll take it. No one's ever said that before. Now, they've done it under the guise of ideology. They've made up stories to hide the fact they're doing it. But to say you're doing it implicates every...
Yeah, they already behave. The same thing, the microcosm. The leftist lunatic uses their ethical or broken, non-existent ethical system to make all these things possible. The Christian goes, well, I wouldn't do that. I disagree with you, but I'm just going to watch my country burn. I would never do that, though. That's the difference between us. That's like the Ben Shapiro approach, where you're like, Ben Shapiro, do you see what's ruining America? He's like, of course I do. But I would never intrude on the law and the vision of the founding fathers to stop the decay of America. I would never do that. That is antithetical to their dream. I mean, they had a dream where America, was led by the torch of liberty. And through that torch of liberty, it lights a fire under every foundation of America, and it burns it to the ground. And that is their liberty. And I would die. And by me, I mean your kids. I would die, your kids, to defend my opposition. That is what we're here for. That is the American dream. To defend the liberty of our opposition and our enemies. To defend their right to completely destroy our country from the inside. That is the American dream, folks. That's all, folks. Foreign powers already do this. They behave this way. And if they had more power than us, they would do it on us. Yes, it's the same problem. It's just at a macro level. If you're not going to play the game, they're going to play the game. And now it's a self-defense issue. Okay? So what's self-defense at the nation level? I don't know. Okay? I submit. I don't know. I don't know where that line is. But it's logically and practically possible and realistic that there is a line where you go, yeah, there has to be a moment where you have to play at the global level. Your country and your people starve or at the mercy of some foreign entity that capitalizes, whether it's natural monopoly or unnatural monopoly on resources. Or you play the game, Tucky. Jack says, I respect your mind, Jim Bob, and I hope to help you overcome some confusion. Yeah, that's not condescending at all. Let's discuss life, politics, economics, religion together sometimes. Maybe. I mean, I appreciate the super chat, but it's like just coming in hot and saying I'm confused. It's like what? Confused on what?
Everybody else in the crime. You can't say you didn't know. Your president just told you on television, we took out their president because we want his oil. And at that point, you're an accessory to the crime, whether you want to be or not. And it's at that point that a lot of people should have spoken up and said, I'm out. Not that I hate Trump or don't like his entire program. Lots of things about it I love. I'm grateful. I'd maybe vote for him again, but I can't support theft.
Theft is a legal term inside of a nation. What's considered, by the way, what's considered theft isn't even consistent between the states, Tucky. Go to San Francisco or California, somewhere in California, and notice how if you take something, a bunch of things that, come up on the register that you don't scan it on, less than $800, it's not theft legally. So it's like, what is this? If we don't even have a universal standard for theft in America between states and regions of states, what makes you think you could apply this idea to the country or to the nation level, the global level? You can't. You can't. I would even argue the idea, don't do it to them so they won't do it to us, is literally a paradigm we created with our power. Yeah, I mean, it could be. If you do it all, yeah. It's not always the strongest position to say, well, I did it because someone else was going to. That's, people justify all sorts of things. They're like, well, if I didn't do it, someone would have done it.
Because it's immoral. But they didn't. Maybe some did, but certainly the leaders of the American Christian churches, by and large, said absolutely nothing. And maybe because they said nothing, this accelerated. These are the same people who sort of didn't notice somehow that on Inauguration Day, the president did not take his oath of office with his hand on the Bible. His wife stood next to him holding it.
Yeah, I agree.
I was about 15 feet away and saw it, but he did not put his hand on the Bible.
You can easily understand me more once you allow us the chance to talk. You gotta practice at least skillfully, eloquently combating any of my points. You can't just bumper sticker your way out of this. Thanks for the 5.
And that should have been maybe a clue that we need to pause and think about, what is this? Why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible?
Scared of a friendly debate? A debate on what? What are we talking about? You're like that cryptic guy, like, I'm here. Are you going to play with me? And you're like, where are you? And you're like, I was behind the slide, but now I'm not. Am I on the swing? Are you going to debate me? On what? What are you talking about?
If you don't believe in the Bible, you think it's just a book, there's no cost to you to putting your hand on it, just kind of following the protocol, going along with the tradition. All presidents do it. Why aren't you doing it? And you're not doing it intentionally. You're choosing not to put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath. That suggests not that you don't believe it's real, because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care? You'd put on the costume and take it off. It doesn't matter.
Tucky. Can you do a mini conversation as Jordan Peterson, Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro? I could. How is Jordan Peterson anyway? I feel like they're going to bring him back with just AI to do commentary. I'm actually kind of glad Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro are largely irrelevant, at least in comparison to the heyday of 2016. I'm glad that specifically Ben Shapiro, that little goblin, is maybe Jordan Peterson is more relevant at this point than the little goblin.
That suggests you know it is real, and you're rejecting it intentionally. You know what you're doing.
Wait a second. Are you honestly pretending to hold Donald Trump to a Christian paradigm? Are you really doing this? What? Is that what Tucky's doing? Is he seriously, publicly trying to pretend Donald Trump is a Christian and he's holding him to the fire? You got to be kidding me. This is a joke. I'm about to draw a clown face on you, guy. Love you, Tucky, but this is bad. This is low tier work.
And you're doing it anyway. But nobody asked questions about that either. Seemed kind of inappropriate, given the celebration then in progress, to ask, why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible when you take the oath of office to lead our nation? but pretty much nobody did. I didn't. I'll admit that. I saw it and didn't say one word. Bothered me ever since. But right around January 4th, it became clear that maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And what's inside that book are limits on human behavior.
Really? Right. Yeah, the limits of on human behavior is also coercive with the threat of violence, Tucky. So you're in a contradiction here, bucko. Your critique isn't, it can't be the use of force for XYZ, and yet arguing for the limits of behavior, which also necessitates coercive threat, right? The threat of force. You can't get out of this. This is it's like it's a paradox of force. So if that's true, which it is, the only thing that's being really argued, and it never gets out in front, it never gets really discussed at this level, maybe more and more as Orthodox people start getting this higher status, right? Like Andrew and Jay and some of these guys get in front of Tucky Carlson. The only question, Tucky, is whose paradigm gets to dictate the use of force. It's not force bad. That's over. That entire popularity, that trend that was really, honestly, maybe has been popular even on the right. I don't even know how long. This idea of like, well, we don't do that. And the left is bad because they use the government. They're bad. That's over. That's over. The new right, the people you're having trouble sort of fielding, mainstream media is having trouble fielding the new right. The new right is over this idea that, good Christians don't apply their ethics through the government. We just sit by and watch it burn. You know, we just pray while it burns and do nothing. You know, that's over. Why are you running from an ambiguous debate in the middle of your planned stream? I know. These people, they're like chicks.
Because if there's one theme that spans all 66 books in the Christian Bible, it's that you are not God.
66?
And you cannot assume his powers.
Wait, what?
Because you don't have them. You may convince yourself you have them. You may want them. You may have been promised them. But in the end, they're not yours. And you'll never have them. And you can only destroy yourself and the people around you by pretending that you do. That is the consistent message that spans from Genesis to Revelation. And people who ignore that law are punished. Just like people who ignore gravity or freezing temperatures are punished. Because these are laws that were not created by people. They supersede people.
Matthew says it's Moon Mission and WW3 to cover up how they obfuscated the whole PDF satanic thing. Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing. Because like that all emerges. It's all looking incredibly consistent with what all of us tinfoil hat wearing dum-dums were, ridiculed for. And now it turns out to be, to seem to be the case. And now it's like, oh, bombs and moon now. Bombs, moon now. That's why truthering ends up being sort of a futile thing. You guys saw my stream yesterday. This whole like conspiracy chasing. Yeah, it's good to know what's going on in the world. Sometimes it's even good to see evil. Sometimes it's a necessary reminder, but in the end, you're like, okay, what good is being right if you don't practice? What good is it? Just knowing isn't enough. So,
but on January 4th, when the President of the United States told us he was stealing, that our country was stealing something that didn't belong to us, people should have piped up and said something, but they didn't. And that got us all the way to yesterday.
Do we got a Sand Mormon? No. Where's the San Mormon?
Which was Easter Sunday. Easter Sunday is not just a holy day on the Christian calendar, it is the center of the Christian calendar. It is the holiest day.
Yeah, maybe in the West.
In Christian life.
That's not actually true, but go on.
Because it's the day that Christians remember the whole point of their religion, which is not that Jesus was killed, but that he rose from the dead, that he beat death, unique in history.
Someone where are my Orthodox people? Rachel, invite Tucky to Aposkop.
And this is the day that Christians celebrate his resurrection. And in this country, that celebration's been watered down effectively to candy and Easter bunnies. But globally, and certainly historically, Easter is the focus. It's preceded by Holy Week and Lent, 40 days of self-denial and prayer, all leading up to yesterday, Easter morning. And for faithful Christians, it is still the biggest day of the year. And it's a day of joy. The thing every person fears most is death. We're born fearing it because we're born knowing it's coming. And Christianity, unique among religions, promises victory over it.
Listen, I'm just going to say it, Tucky. You're not Christian.
And Jesus' resurrection is proof that God can beat death because only God creates life. And so the morning of Easter is a uniquely joyful and peaceful moment. And yet that peace...
Didn't we just do a review of his church? No. That was the other church. Sorry to link you into that.
Yesterday was shattered. That's not an overstatement. It was shattered for many observant Christians by a statement that the President of the United States put out at 8:03 a.m. Eastern time on Easter morning that said this, and we're going to read.
You don't see Lent in the Bible. You don't see the word Bible in the Bible. You don't see the list of the books in the Bible. You really want... Are you a Muslim?
It in its entirety, not in outrage or self-righteousness, but honestly in horror. Quote, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. 3 exclamation points. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell.
Tucky, your piety's spiraling, right? This is like total signaling, and you're pretending Donald Trump is an active, worshiping Christian, bro. Why? He's like, how could you say this on Easter? Where are my pearls? Tucky, don't clutch pearls, brah. You got to look at Donald Trump for what he is, not what you wish he was or what you want him to be. Or
just watch, all caps. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump.
That's just good trolling, bro.
Now, a lot of people reading that.
I am just so upset. On Easter morning, a tweet like that using the F-bomb. It's like, I'm trying to find an egg. It's like, where are all these Christians actually trying to find their eggs in the Easter bunny? Donald Trump is tweeting F-bombs. What gives? Oh. Tucker goes to the Grace of Galiggity Church. Exactly what I've been saying this whole time. Yeah, this is classic. Exactly, Jason. This is exactly what you expect from Trump, what's consistent with Trump. Trump has never, if he didn't tweet that would be, you'd be weirded out. You know what I mean? This is like run of the mill. Tucky's like, this is scaring me.
Imagined, of course, this can't be real.
Did he really just tweet that? Oh my goodness. I think my pearls are fogging. They were beautiful this morning. Then I woke up and saw this tweet over my tea. I honestly had to uncross my legs when I saw it. was sitting there with my slippers and my robe. I'm thinking, this is a good day to be nice to Muslims. JB, clip is in your X direct. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it.
President of the United States really just write that?
Oh my goodness.
And it is real.
Israel.
It is maybe the most real thing this president has ever done. And also the most revealing.
Oh.
On every level. It is vile on every level. It begins with a promise to use the U.S. military.
You see, that tweet, I'm more upset that he brought, who's that other chick with the speaking in tongues? Paula White. If you're not more horrified by Paula White than the tweet about Iran, are you kidding me?
Our military to destroy civilian infrastructure in another country, which is to say to commit a war crime, a moral crime against the people of the country, whose welfare, by the way, was one of the reasons we supposedly went into this war in the first place. They're being killed by their government. We have to rescue them. And now here's our president.
We're supposed to rescue them and bring them to Dearborn, Michigan. That is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to intervene with the entire world and give them space and maybe have them camp out and sleep in the local mall.
Not even a month.
Bro, if you're going to claim we should rescue them, then you're advocating for war. Rescue them or change their culture? What is it? Which one is it? Do we just rescue everyone, Tucky? Bring them to America and pretend they're going to assimilate simply because they live in a country where their government and the theology that runs their government is trash? I don't know. How about convert? What about that? What about converting? Tucky, are you okay with converting Iran to Christianity? Well, I mean, I would love that. I would love that, but I wouldn't actually, do anything drastic. I just hope that it happens.
Month and a half into the conflict, which we are not winning, by the way, because the Straits of Hormuz are not open. There's one way to keep track. That's the measurement. Saying that we're going to use our military to kill the civilians of this country who didn't choose the war. They got nothing to do with it. They're like civilians everywhere. Blow up their...
That is so weird. Paula White married somebody from the band Journey. Wow. What a weird world. That's actually really weird. I actually love Journey. Don't Stop Believing. I actually happen to sort of be unsure of my faith at this point because of what Trump tweeted.
Bridges? Bridges on military bases? No, just bridges. Bridges that people cross every day to go to school and work and to worship, and yes, church, because there are over 1 million Christians in Iran. This is their Easter too. And power plants. Not the power plants attached to missile factories, okay, but civilian power plants in a country of almost 100 million people. What happens when a modern country, and a country that has a nuclear program is a modern country, sorry, Iran is a modern country, what happens when it loses power? Well, people die. Babies connected to incubators die. People in hospitals die. And those are the first level effects. And then people begin to starve. And then you have refugee crises. People leave the cities looking for food. And yes, they move into other countries. In the region, in Europe, in the United States, you cause chaos and death, mass suffering and death when you do that. And we have done that. We have intentionally bombed civilian infrastructure in Iran. It's totally unacceptable. Not under the phony laws of some international body, but under moral law, God's law, killing non-combatants, people who did nothing wrong, who didn't choose this war.
Nope. No. So much in here. I mean, there's so much he's throwing in the bucket here. No. This is so mixed up.
Tucker needs to witness a true show of force. He should come to the Chinese border of Curryland and see how hit someone with a stick.
Yeah. Thank you, Vagine. He's confusing two things, and he's lumping them in the same position. One is it ever biblical to judge by nations, and in war, the loss of, quote, innocent life? Is that ever justified? Yeah, it's happened. That's one thing. Is it consistent? Is it ever consistent with Christianity, where what you believe from your, by the way, Enlightenment view of individual liberty and rights, a modern view, that's then transposed onto the Christian worldview and say, well, no, they didn't do anything wrong. No one did anything wrong. Okay? But that has to be true about the Old Testament. So that's one thing. That alone is its own debate. Whether or not, from Tucky's view, there's a biblical account of what, from his view, not from God's view, from his view of justice, was there ever babies, children, people who lived in the nation because the nations were judged as nations, not as individuals? There wasn't individualism, this like weird modern Enlightenment philosophy of the individual. No. Was there ever a case where those people perished? And from Tucky's view, they'd be innocent. Yeah, of course. Now, he's not only debating that, simultaneously, he's saying, he's arguing that Trump somehow doing this is from a Christian view to begin with. It's not. Trump isn't a Christian. At best, he uses rhetoric, and he uses useful idiots, Zionists, dispensationalists, Ted Cruz, Mike Huckabees, uses them as useful idiots. But he's not, I mean, it only helps him that people make the argument from a broken theological view that's pro-Israel, as if Israel means 1948 nation state for Jews who hate Christ, by the way. It only helps people in power to be able to utilize that broken view. That's what needs to be combated. It's not whether or not, quote, innocent people die during war, or whether or not that kind of consequence is something we should expect. The question is it ever justified? And the answer is, you got to just bite the bullet. Yeah, it is. Does anyone know what religion or something another Tucky believes? He's Anglican. Paula White, Tucky, Prot, secularist, all share the same unjustified presupposition paradigm rooted in right of private judgment. Yeah, it's totally Enlightenment stuff. The entire thing. The upset is triggered by civil, individual liberty, individual innocence. Oh, they didn't. I decide who does what, who did something wrong and who didn't do something wrong. It's just modern. The whole thing is modern. I don't even. Oh, is Episcopalian? Yeah, I actually wonder who he's going to bring on. I mean, I don't know how much more he's going to talk about without grabbing a tissue box at this point. I mean, sometimes I sniffle. I don't think it's wrong to be a man and cry into the ether. I'm actually feeling righteous in my opposition to war and cruelty. What about that? What about the gas stations? What about the lotto tickets? I mean, people don't realize this, but some places in Iran have lotto tickets.
We're just people.
They play basketball too.
Created by God. That is immoral. That will never be moral. That can never be justified. That is always wrong. It can be expedient.
I mean, they have hot dogs too.
We need to do this. It doesn't mean it's right. It's the most wrong thing. And we should always remember that what we do will be done to us. Live by the destruction of civilian infrastructure. Live by the killing of children, the bombing of elementary schools and colleges. And you will die, and your children will die by those same things. That's just a fact. That's never not been true. We don't want it to be true.
I don't want it to be true.
It's the last thing we want to be true, but it is nonetheless true. And everyone knows that on an animal level. You can feel that that's true. Ooh, shouldn't do that. You'll be punished for it in this life or the.
Yeah, this is Tucky preaching, but also from his own personal paradigm, where you're like, wait a second. The question isn't whether X. The question first is whether X is always immoral. And then from what view are we determining that? I'm not saying it's easy to know to determine it, but it's easy from a Christian view to know that whatever you find icky or unjust, if you're appealing to yourself and a feeling about it, and up against the backdrop of individualism, you're probably off. Tucky has to push people not suffering by their leaders' worldview because that would open the door for us to be judged by our Western materialist degen leaders and suffer its self-preservation. Yeah, it's just like I get kind of more and more frustrated the more I review stuff like this because they always never really get into the larger problem. Obviously, the biggest problem is spiritual. And then under that would be the consequences of spiritual illness, which would be show up in society. And this weird, just it's like a rabid fetish for individual liberty. It's in every conversation. It's in every critique. It's in every proposed solution. It's rampant. It's a modern individualistic lens for how we should operate in the country and in the world. And it's just like, you are you. You're your own you. You could be anything you want. It's Disney.
The next, or maybe both.
Yeah, big L. Big L.
For the president to say that and not bother to tell us, oh, it was an accident we did this? Well, one, it makes you reassess the bombing of the girls' school attached to the IRGC naval base, where the children of Iranian military officers were incinerated in a bombing, not one but two, a double tap. Every person has assumed that was a mistake. No American could ever believe the U.S. government would do that on purpose. I still don't believe it. But after this, you have to kind of wonder, how did that happen?
Tucky becomes a conscientious objector, starts wearing a scarf, grows one of those scraggly mustaches, grows his hair long, puts a feather in his hair, wears one of those cardigan sweaters, starts doing poetry in San Francisco, and starts embroidering his pants. And then suddenly he's wearing sandals in every interview. I'm just a conscientious objector. I mean, I'm getting flashbacks of the 60s. It's like I never got a chance to be a hippie, but I always wanted to go to Woodstock. I just wanted to go.
Was it bad targeting, coordinates given to us, we hope, by Israel, another country? Maybe it wasn't. Who knows at this point? For the president to call for that, it's worth stopping and saying,
I mean, if you're going to San Francisco, be sure to wear a flower in your hair. I never thought I'd wear a flower in my hair.
No, this is not acceptable under any circumstances. You haven't justified.
I really got into Phil Oakes recently. I love Jesse Wells. I think I'm going to have him on now. I mean, that recent AI song he did about Iran and oil was significant.
But you couldn't justify it, and it can't be done in our name. And the point, of course, is to get the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz. Well, no sane person thinks that's going to work. At which point, you have to ask, why would we do it anyway? Well, there are a bunch of possible reasons, but the darkest of all is for the sake of doing it. For the sake of killing, for the sake of exercising the most obvious form of power, which is extinguishing life. That's why we're doing it. The thrill is in the killing. The power is in the killing. The exertion of force is the point. You don't want to think that. But after a message like this, what could possibly be the reason? There's nobody who thinks that if we do this, and we pray we don't, for our sake as well as the sake of non-combatant innocent Iranians.
Actually love the Doors. Come on, baby, light my fire. I never looked at it a different way. I always thought it was satanic gibberish, but now I'm kind of considering it. Actually met Jim Morrison. Had breakfast at the Waffle House with his dad, who most people don't realize was a really important figure in the Gulf of Tonkin. I know this because my dad worked in the CIA. I never realized my dad worked in the CIA until probably last Christmas. I had no idea. I mean, he'd always be coming in and out of the basement with all sorts of different costumes on, but I never knew what Daddy did. I mean, I just got into town about an hour ago. I took a little ride to see which way the wind blew. Found a little place in the Hollywood bungalow. For you, a lucky little lady in the City of Lights. Just another Los Angeles. City of Night, City of Lights.
Nobody thinks this is going to work. But then the tweet...
It's like Trump's mojo is rising.
Continues. Pardon me, the ironically named truth continues.
Uh-oh, he put his glasses on. Oh, gosh. He's like turning into... I hate to see this because I really love Tucky. He's turning into a grandma. Just put my little reading glasses on. My slippers. Is it cold in here? I feel like my bones are cold. I'm getting a hot flash. Getting an actual hot flash. Tucker is clutching his pearls before swine. I held on for a while, because I don't like gaslighting people. Where they're like, oh, Tucky's gone crazy. I don't know what's gone. Maybe he's just stuck in a cabin, honestly. Maybe he's never left. Just gets massive pallets just, delivered to him from a weird helicopter. You know what I'm saying? So the pallets here. I got to stop the interview. I hope they have the Cliff Bars I asked for. They didn't get them last time. I don't know why. Has Tucker always been this way, or has he shifted? I think he's shifted. Who knows? People settle in to different age, different phases in their life, and they, if they're not active in something that grounds it all, that's the problem, honestly. That's what I think is the massive diagnosis here. Dr. Jim Bob has spoken. And it kind of makes sense. If you don't ground yourself in orthodoxy, I'll just be really clear with y'all. You'll try to ground yourself in something else, and so your view will kind of change. I'm not saying superficial political views, your stances on social things can't change if you're orthodoxy. That happens. But if you're not grounded in the positive position, you eventually have to take a proddy, reactionary approach, which we're kind of seeing. Now, he's not arguing against his faith, but the impulse is there, where it's like you just kind of go with the current. That's why the Overton window happens, and it's peculiar to political, social, cultural trends. The Overton window doesn't apply to orthodoxy. That's the through line. That stays. You have to manage that life inside of whatever circumstance or era you're in. It's about Tucky trying... Yeah, it doesn't work, though, because Trump's not a Christian. Now, the irony here is, if you wanted your leaders to hold a Christian view, then you're arguing, in a sense, that the government embodies the Christian view and is the apparatus of force from a Christian view. But the problem with Tucky is he's arguing for both simultaneously, which is a contradiction. That it's a no-no for the government to embody the ethical paradigm of Christianity with the use of force or the threat of force, but also Trump's not doing it. Which is it, Tucky? You can't have both, bro. You can't have both. You got to choose. And Trump's not a Christian. He's clearly not a Christian. It's a joke. It's a joke. Dude was appealing to gays just a day ago. Those gays, gay Muslims, they want it. They want the bombs. They want to be freed to be gay. What? What? It's not like I agree with Trump. Like, that's not the point. The point isn't that, for sure. Been too long. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you. Hope you're well, sir. Spiritually Jewish, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. He's probably been through some sort of... He honestly has probably been through some sort of, like, initiation, right? Who was that guy who was Levin or something hugging him? He's like, you're my Jew. You're my Jewish guy. You're my... Yeah. People don't realize that Trump actually wears a yarmulke. It's just exactly in the same texture and color as his hair. If you look closely, you'll find it. Thank you, Jason Cassell. Appreciate you. Nice to see you again.
There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight. How dare
you? Did he do that? Tucky, bro. All right, did you do the how dare you meme? How dare you? Jason Cassell coming in with a succession, a cascade, a domino of dominoes. Thank you so much. I don't know, dude. The effing president said praise Allah and a threat. Tucky, why are you taking it? Yeah, so weird, dude. It's obviously funny. It's actually funny rhetoric, honestly. He's a pretty funny guy.
They have banned a song from the jukebox again. This is the 109th time this week.
Another
no justice, no curry.
The jukebox.
dare you speak that way?
Oh, dude, that is a Stream Deck asset. Let me see, 1605.
That if we do this, and we pray we don't, for our sake as well as the sake of non-combatant, innocent
Let me see.
Iranians, nobody thinks this is going to work.
1620.
But then the tweet continues.
Oh my goodness.
Pardon me. The ironically named truth continues.
1625.
There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight. How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country?
Dude, I don't even believe you, Tucky. What is that? You didn't even sell that. I'm not even sold by that, dude. How dare you speak to the country on Easter Sunday like that? How doubly doggy dare you? I mean, I saw this tweet and my cozy little slippers just flipped right off my little feet. I jumped in my chair. I scared my dog. My dog said, "Meow." I said, it's okay. It's okay, Lincoln. You know, his dog has to be named Lincoln. It's okay, Lincoln. Just saw a scary tweet. Just got a little startled, that's all. You want to go outside? Yeah, seriously. That's what's so funny about all this. It's like, it's showing how far from the truth we actually are. It's like, oh my God, my goodness. How dare you? How dare you? Palm Sunday, Easter, something. Who do you think you even are?
You are.
He's the president. He doesn't have to think he is. He's actually the president. Who does he think he is? He thinks he's Donald Trump, the president who acts like Donald Trump as the president, who's always act like Donald Trump, even when he's not the president. He's Donald Trump. Tucky, who do you actually think you are?
You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning?
Oh my effing goodness. I mean, this is absurd. cannot believe it. I am upset. My dog's upset. Lincoln's upset. Madison's upset. I know Madison's upset. I can tell Madison's upset. She always side-eyes me. It's so cute. I never got side-eyed by a dog, but Madison does it. I have 14 golden retrievers.
You'll be living in hell. As if hell is a place. Hell is a condition. And this is...
It's rhetoric, you autistic weirdo. Hell isn't even a place. It's a condition. I mean, look at this tweet.
An example of that condition. Just watch.
How effing dog dare you? Sorry, I didn't mean to include dog Madison.
Praise be to Allah.
Oh, he took off his glasses, guys. What's this tweet? Oh my goodness. I cannot believe he actually sent this tweet on Easter. Well, everyone's finding eggs and chasing cottontails. I was looking outside. There were a bunch of kids looking into bushes, looking for Snickers bars. And I saw this tweet and I screamed, "Ah!" I can't even believe he would do something like this to the country. Think about how many eggs were dropped. Think how many pieces of candy that were perfectly fine chocolates. They fell on the ground. Now they're dirty because of this.
So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran.
Yeah. Everybody mock the religion of Iran, Taki. In front of my egg hunt? Suddenly, my morning, which was otherwise completely populated by pastels, just a gradient of beautiful pastels, suddenly became red. I was overcome by just rage. He actually ruined my Easter morning.
Okay. If you seek a religious
Not in front of the eggs.
war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent person
No one mocks Islam. All of the church fathers who mocked heresies, even to the point of slapping people in the face, even Christ calling people vipers. No one does that on Easter morning. No one does that on Western Easter morning. With the eggies? What if the Easter bunny tripped? What if he hurt himself? Clearly Donald Trump wasn't thinking about things like this when he made this awful tweet. As it turns out, it was reported that in various locations, schools across America, that the Easter bunny did in fact trip and hurt his little hoppity-hoppy elbow. It's not easy to be in that suit. It takes a lot of time to get in and out of that suit. It's hot in there. Donald Trump doesn't seem to care. It's just the Easter bunny's not on his radar. Actually, totally lost my sense of wonder that morning. I didn't even want to do it. My wife said, "Aren't you going to find the eggs, Tucky?" I said, "No." What's the point? What's the point? Totally irrelevant, but are you aware of the growing sect online of, quote, Latinizers? Yeah, they're everywhere. Yeah. That's why online, you want to be limited in your online orthodoxing, okay? Make your orthodoxing verb at your parish, with your friends. Bring people to physical parishes. Online, you're going to find all this stuff. They're all over the place. They're all over. So they're more likely to show up online than in your parish. They might exist in your parish, but as far as the influence, they're going to have much more influence online. So don't give them influence. That's all. That's it. Tucker would hate Easter in Scotland, wherein the kids' eggs doesn't break rolling down the hill. Yeah, I seen that video. Scotland. Scotland. Easter Bunny dropped raw eggs because of that tweet, and the colors didn't even look pretty anymore. It's like, it's usually a beautiful cascade of pastels. It's over. Just see black and darkness now. Last one. It's amazing to me how much I wish we weren't in Iran, but also vehemently disagree with Tucky here. Yeah, it's not like it's, I kind of take your position where it's like I don't have this strict either or. It's just like the dialectic, though, is so tiresome. Wish we'd hurry up and remove get the hell out of there. I don't know. I think either make a full choice, be like, let's do a 100-year campaign. But the thing is, who wants to live in Iran anyway? Like, remove all of the broken Muslim culture and the ugly mud huts or whatever the hell they build there. It's like, do you want to be there? Who wants to be there? No one. I don't want to be there. Certainly don't want to have Easter there. I mean, there's too many places you can hide an egg. You'll never find any of them, especially if Donald Trump tweets. Nasty little tweet. Nasty little tweet. Nasty little tweet. I couldn't even enjoy my coffee and Reese's egg, and usually I dip it in. Usually I dip the Reese's in it. People think it's disgusting. My dog looks at me funny. Not Madison, Lincoln. There I was, about to dip it in. Saw the tweet. I don't agree with the war, but since it's happening, I want the U.S. to win. Yeah, it's like, who are we, right? It's like, who are we? Well, what can we... It's not nihilism. It's just like, you think your microphone is going to, you know what I mean? Like, the sound waves are going to go out. Did you hear what Tucky said? Let's change. It's like, what are we doing, Tucky?
Other people's religion.
Donkey pull cart.
You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself.
No. What are you talking about? I didn't know it was this bad, Tucky. Did you guys just hear that? To mock the worship of false gods like Moloch is to mock faith itself. You know, when a young lady just completely aborts her baby in the name of Moloch in exchange for some screen time on a talk show. I mean, to mock her is to mock faith itself, because it's the same word. Faith in a false god and faith in the true God. It's the same word, faith. Dude, Tucky. What? I didn't know Tucky would ever earn a slow-mo.
But by the way, no decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock,
listen to this. Listen to this guy. Get a load of this. First he's upset with Easter eggs. And now, this.
Other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself.
No. Nope. No. Tucky? No. No. That's like saying to mock behavior, to mock certain behaviors is to mock behavior itself. If you mock bad behavior, you're mocking good behavior. I'm Tucky. I'll be here all night. Listen, Cucky. What are you saying? Who are you? Who do you work for? Now I want it. Now my truther hat's going on. Because people are like, he works for the Qataris. He works for this part. He works for Atari. He works for this guy. He works for them. And I'm like, nah. It's just talky. But now I'm like, where is he getting this from? Where is this? I want to see the other camera facing the teleprompter. Is there a goat holding the teleprompter? Is there a teleprompter like duct tape and harness to a goat in his cabin?
And we should never mock that, because
we should never mock evil. We should never mock false gods. We should never mock bad. Get out of here. Are you kidding me?
At its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God. And only if you think you are do you talk.
Well, no, there are faiths that believe. Look at Maryland. Maryland must be just going crazy right now. What are you talking about? The message of faith is that you're not God. No, that's not true. There are faiths that believe that they are God. Hello? I mean, all faiths believe in the same faith. It's all Christian, but it's not, but it is.
May you have an awesome stream today, Jim
Thank you.
Bob.
Thank you, Josiah.
We all appreciate you so much.
Thank you,
God
Josiah.
God bless you.
God bless
Josiah.
you. Thank you so much. To mock God, the God of Satanists, is to mock God himself. Tucky, Ecumenist, Max, and Carlson. Wild take, dude. Wild take.
This way. But it's not just mockery of Islam. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job.
Why not?
This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy.
Okay, so Tucky, you got a big problem here. Your criticism of Donald Trump is he's not acting Christian. That's not his job. But now it's his job, but it's not his job? Get it together, Tucky. What medicine are you on? What is happening with your brain, bro? Oh, look at it. Donald Trump, he's not acting Christian. It's not his job to act Christian. This isn't a theocracy. Oh, he should act more Christian. Oh, that's not his job. Why are you mocking other religions? That's not your job. So it's his job to be a upstanding Christian from your view, but it's not his job to mock other false views? Well, get it together, bro. It's all over the place. I think this is what happens when you're isolated, honestly. I think Tucky is maybe been isolated. You know, he gets the people into his cabin to do exchanges, probably talks on the phone with people or whatever. But I think he might be a little bit isolated. It's like the Candy Owens effect, where you're just trapped in the blue room. Your husband's like, are you going to come out and make sandwiches or what? Excuse me. I'm uncovering something amazing with Charlie Kirk. Okay? 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 Look at his neck. Look at his neck open up. You're going to tell me? You're going to tell me that that's not a... Look at it. Look at it. Look closely. You're going to tell me that Erica Kirk, who happened to be on doing an Instagram live at the time, at a Flock of Seagulls cover, of all things, a cover band. Now, why was that? Okay. It's like, dude, go for a walk. Go for a walk. Yeah. He doesn't have an accurate... Well, I think that's true, yeah. But I would say Donald Trump doesn't either. But, yeah, I guess that's not the point here. It's like... Yeah, I agree with that. It's just like, he's just so inconsistent here. You can't criticize Trump for not being Christian enough in his Christian geopolitical escapades, but then be like, it's not your job to mock Islam. You're the president. It's not a theocracy. Cool. If it's not a theocracy and you're not going to be ruling by Christian ethics and making choices by Christian ethics, you can't criticize someone for not abiding by Christian ethics.
My priest told me to basically STF you when talking about orthodoxy online until well after my catechumen and baptism.
Yeah.
He said just point them in the direction to the church and take in the liturgy.
That's
he may
right.
also know I'm retarded.
Yes, both, probably. Both. both, which is good. I mean, that's a blessing. It's a blessing. Ecclesiology was wrong for mocking Baal worshippers, according to Tucky. Yeah, seriously. Seriously, Tucky. What's going on, bro? You tucking? Is Tucky tucking? Tucky.
Is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be, because theocracies corrupt the religion. No, this is a mockery not just of Islam, it's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other.
Hey, bro, how about this? How about your modern Easter egg hunt is a mockery?
Christian, because
that's what's so ironic about this. It's like he's so late to the party of what mockery of Christianity is. Do you understand, Tucky? The mockery of Christianity. Look, I'll say it. The Constitution is a mockery of Christianity. There.
For Christians. Oh, I get it. We can't support that.
I got to do something. So I'm going to have some other Christian guy that nobody knows to talk about it.
Circumstances.
What we're going to do instead is promote socialism. By the way, this is like taking way too long. Where is this guy? Okay, let's get to this guy.
Here's our conversation with Nathan Apfel.
Apfeld? I hope it's not a Feld.
So thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I think you will unravel many mysteries. I'd never heard of Paula White.
Glad we went shopping at the same place to get the same jeans. Does yours have a hole in the knee? It's in right now. I don't like to show my knees, but I'll make an exception because they look so cool.
I ran into Paula White for the first time, heard her name for the first time when I ran into her in person at the right outside the Oval Office last winter, right after the inauguration, and she introduced herself to me and said, I'm the head of the Religious Liberty Commission or something. And I remember thinking, I'm so glad there is such a thing because we need it.
Excuse me, you met Paula White and you were excited when she said, I'm the head of the religious committee? You got excited, Tucky? That should have sent you off into 3 weeks of podcasts. You're upset about a tweet that Donald Trump did mocking and trolling Muslims in Iran, and you met Paula White and you were excited? Lord have mercy. No, we could do that. It's just, that's not the point. That's a Western. You don't do that inside of the view of Orthodoxy. You do that inside of the view of American culture. But you don't link that to that. No, we do Pascha. You should go, Kenny. You should go to a Pascha this coming one. You should just go for it. You could see for yourself what Orthodox do.
We need religious liberty almost more than anything. And I said, I felt moved to say, just like,
yeah, you could do that. That's a cultural thing. That's an American cultural thing. That's not like the Orthodox season. You know, there's not an icon or feast day icon of the Easter egg hunt.
Escape from my lips. Thank you, and I really hope that you will do something to protect the Christians of the Middle East, particularly in the Levant. There are a lot of great Christians there, and they're being hurt, and nobody seems to care.
There is a symbolic red egg, though, I believe.
And she recoiled. I remember thinking she doesn't like this at all. That was my first and only experience with Paula White. And so I've wondered ever since, who is Paula White and how did she become the president's main spiritual advisor? You told me this morning that you went to church on Easter Sunday, which was yesterday, at her church. Mm-hmm. And so before you give us the overview, can you just describe what that was like?
Would you ever
It was an interesting experience.
Newly inspired, more obscure up and coming author debaters on how they are handling the fight on the lower levels? I've seen people like Linux doing quite well.
Well, a lot of those debates are super meta and philosophically based, and I'm kind of interested in it, but it doesn't make for good streams. It's I mean, it's not boring to me. It's just it ends up being like stagnant and slow. So that's probably why I don't do that. But clips of them, like things, aggregating clips from it, there's something to look at there. But as far as like sitting through debates, I'm not even interested in debating, let alone watching a debate lately anyway. Paying my weekly Jort tax. Thank you so much. Like and share the stream. It'll be tuckling. Be tucking like Tucky. Thought you said tickling. Tickle demon. Let me send a Bob chat about the egg thing. Thank you. Yeah, please do. Thanks, Justin. Bottom line, it's time to use the Enlightenment. I know there is an egg. I was looking it up here. I remember from last year. Well, I don't remember. That's why I was looking it up. Enlightenment political process in our country to move toward a form of Christian symphonia, ordering public life under a coherent Christian framework rather than competing private judgment. Yeah. And it's hard for people to get their head around that, Barrel Gut, because they're so trained to think communism, socialism, authoritarianism, theocracy, or this. And it's neither of those. But it's honestly, the path to that requires a lot of conversion, a lot of priests. We have a priest shortage. And a lot of children. So that's like, God willing, could be 200 years out. The cathedral that you never see. But it's worth pursuing, that's for sure. I think so.
When you see Paula on stage next to Trump, or you see any big evangelical leader, Kenneth Copeland, Franklin Graham, you'd expect their church to be massive.
Yeah.
Thousands and thousands of people.
They're pastors. They have a church. They're pastoring people.
They're shepherd.
Yeah, they're pastoring. Anybody who says they're a pastor and has a church is a pastor. They're pastoring people. They're pastoring people. It's because of the word. That's what it means. To pastor people. So that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing. Clearly, that's what they're doing. I mean, it says it right there on their name tag. It says Pastor Bob. That's clearly what they're... I mean, what else would they be doing?
Jim Bob, I'ma let you finish. Half black here. Orthodoxy still paint eggs red, referencing a miracle that occurred with Mary Magdalene, where Emperor Tiberius would be convinced Jesus resurrected when a white egg turns red.
Right.
She then pulled a red egg out of a bowl. Don't ask me how the prods got a bunny and a lot of chocolate involved, but I'm guessing 4chan and Reddit caused it.
Yes. Well, it's, what it is? It's like commodification causes it, where it's like anything that could be commodified and turned into a product, you have to then stretch the meaning of it for marketing the product. And then suddenly you have, well, what if we have a lot of color eggs? What if that happens? Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. I didn't have that locked into a folder.
Exactly. They're the shepherd.
Yeah. And so...
so I was surfing. So I pull up, and we're doing like a church service off the coast of Santa Barbara. Beautiful, beautiful. I actually know Jack Johnson. So how do I get this beachy, disheveled look? Did you fly here? No, I actually longboarded, bro. Longboarded. Yeah. It's like you have sand in your shoes. It's like you have sand in your blood. I mean, you look like the embodiment of a beach. It's like, how do you do that? It's like, I've never been surfing, but I want to jump in a wetsuit just looking at you. I'm scared of sharks, though. Have you ever had an encounter with a shark?
Pull up, and I expected a very big building.
Where is it?
It is...
Where is it? What are you doing? What are you talking... Did you just make cookies? Tucker Carlson is literally turning into an old lady. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Is it cold in here? Where is it?
It was
What is he doing? It's like Mrs. Doubtfire.
Interesting experience. You know, when you see Paula on stage next to Trump, or you see any big evangelical leader, Kenneth Copeland, Franklin Graham, you'd expect their church to be massive.
Yeah.
Thousands and thousands of people.
They're pastors. They have a church. They're pastoring people. They're
the shepherds.
Exactly. They're the shepherd.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Paula White's the shepherd, Tucky? You're going to yell at Trump for a tweet and you just called Paula White a shepherd?
And so we pull up, and I expected a very big building.
Where is it?
Where is it? Where is it? I thought where is it? Where is it? Tell me more. Tell me a story. I love when young people visit me. I get lonely in the cabin. Please come back and visit. Tell me all about your youthful escapades when I was a boy. Where is it?
It is in Apopka, I think I'm saying it right, Florida, so just north of Orlando.
Okay.
And I've been to Joel Osteen's church, you know, tens of thousands of seats. I've been to Second Baptist.
Yeah, there's no female. Yeah. What is he talking about? They're pastor. She's a pastor. Shoot the balabiki oki. He's a pastor. Yeah. This guy's a pastor. Yeah, he's a pastor. Where is it? My sweater is around here. Young, are you my son? My sweater. Where is it? Where is it?
93,000 members in that church. I know big church, right? It looked like a one of those metal sheds, you know, one of those big, like 5,000 square foot. It looked like an airplane hangar, basically. And I was like, this is just awkward. It was, the parking lot probably fit 50 cars. And so it was just an overflow in a dirt lot. This is a good size, like, setting for you. They just had a simple coffee maker, like a standard pot coffee for their entire congregation.
That's the criticism? They didn't even have enough coffee, you know, during the service. I mean, I was walking around and during the service, you know, I was looking at the cups that people had in the coffee during the service. You know, they're sitting there during the service and it's like this much. They only had this much in the coffee cups during the service. You know, and usually the church I've been to, I mean, they have an espresso machine. They have the milk, the steamer, get perfect foam. Some of these places do it so good. I feel like they hire baristas from Starbucks or something. You know, you can take it in, you get pumpkin spice latte. You know, it's amazing. You know, my favorite, this one church had a Golgotha special. Amazing. They do the little skull on the top. You know how they can draw the pictures on the top of the foam? Like this person, just pure artistry. Just drew the skull on the top. I didn't even want to dig into it. I think it was like 5 songs in where I finally, you know, felt like I could actually, you know, kind of ruin the artistry on the top. Anyway.
And so I walked in, I counted about 400 chairs, and when I got there, which was the time the service started, there was 7 people sitting.
On Easter Sunday?
On Easter Sunday. And so we walked in, they put us 2...
That was probably because of Trump's tweet. I mean, how many people didn't make it to Easter Sunday because of that tweet? That's what I'm saying.
Rose from the stage. And ironically, Paula's daughter-in-law approached me. And I was there with my girlfriend, and she approaches us and goes...
He's saying that for having such a prominent place in Trump's administration, you think the church would be huge? It's not a church. That's what I'm saying, Jeremy. This is all, by the way, this is all missing the entire point. Paula White is not the church. You should be happy that no one went to that service. You should be happy. It shouldn't be a criticism. Oh, look at this. If you're going to take Paula White or some super preacher, at least have them be very popular, touring the nation for ticket sales. It's like, what kind of criticism is this, dude? This should be celebrated, that Paula White doesn't have any people showing up.
So who are you? And I'm wearing a floral shirt, yellow sunglasses, and an Alabama hat. Like, I try to be awkward in these situations. And she comes straight up and she goes, I'm Paula White's daughter-in-law. And I'm like, I'm Nathan. I don't hide who I am. And she's like, would you take a photo in
Yeah, don't mock the barbarians. Yeah, exactly.
front of our Easter display? And I'm like, sure. And so I walk over and Paula White's daughter-in-law is taking a photo of me. And I'm like, okay, can we get it? And I wouldn't be surprised if it's on their Instagram this morning because it was for like their Instagram.
Do they know that? Who know that? These people? I don't know. Who know that?
So we go and we sit down and it packs out to about 200 people on an Easter Sunday. One of the two biggest, Christmas and Easter, the two biggest holidays for Christianity. 200 people show up to this thing. Mostly African Americans. I was one of 6 white people. And then you got this white woman on stage.
Free chocolate.
And that was the setting.
That's her church?
Her church, yeah.
And let's say you described it differently, Bucko. Let's say it was packed. And they had all the gadgets and everything. It was massive. That's her church? Yeah. It's not a church, dude. It's not a church.
Well,
don't get me wrong. They got the lights and the fog machine and the jib arm that flies over the crowd. It's a production studio is what I would call it.
Well, yeah, but where do you go?
Production stage.
So the point is not to minister to the people in the church, take care of their problems, counsel them, bring them closer to Jesus. The point is to produce a TV show? Is that what you're saying?
That's what I would say. Similar to Joel Osteen, he's a TV producer by trade. You know, Kenneth Copeland, same thing. When I went to Kenneth's church, it was very small. Sat maybe 400 or 500 people, and it was a massive studio with multiple jib arms, multiple cameras.
Yeah, but then you go to the little ones and you're like, this is an indie. You know what I mean? This argument is like big Walmart church, bad, but small mom and pop, true argument, right? This theme of criticism is reflective of our consumerist culture, honestly, right? This is like, oh, the big cheap production, overly corporate ones, big problem there. It looks like a production. And you go into a small one that's still doing, flamboyant, off the cuff, modern dance interpretation of scripture. The preacher is a stand-up comedian, basically. But it's small, right? Oh, mom and pop shop. Oh, this is good. This is good. No, they're both false.
Security, massive stage. I produce TV. Like they produce TV. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
A dive church. Yeah. I like my personal thing is like a dive church. I like those dive churches. Paula bad, dive church good. I miss the days before Paula made it big. That's when she was a real church. She was a nobody, I remember those sermons. Those were great. Church fathers do claim that private property is not absolute. Yeah, I agree with that. And that giving to the poor is not charity, but due justice. Well, church fathers, you can't say the church fathers, generally speaking. You can't just... Church fathers on varying types of topics, social topics and things, you can't just be like church fathers, right? I will say libertarian capitalism is not Christian. I would say I would say that. I would say that you have to intervene. You can't just make anything for sale. You can't, just because it's someone's will, animated will, doing something, from a Christian perspective, you're going to put boundaries, just the way parents do with their children. Adults of a society are also types of children. So, I agree with the last part of that. I might agree with the first part, but it's just like when people say the church fathers, you got to kind of dive in there. Hey, Jim Bob, I think you missed my super chat from earlier. I thought it was a good historical point showing why Iranians were mostly Christians pre-Islam. Interesting. I didn't see that. Doesn't matter what kind. Yeah, it does, because the term Orthodox, people use it, so don't go Ethiopian. Go to an Eastern Orthodox church, Rokor or something like that. So, yeah. Maybe someone to help you out there if you want. Maybe go into my Discord or something. Can someone contact Kenny and help him out where he is with that? Julian, let me see if I saw it, okay? Because that sounds interesting.
So did she preach?
No, her son preached.
Yes.
So she got up and gave a little message in the morning, a little prayer. And there was a really weird dynamic between her and her son. And I've got their bylaws, which I think explain why. But her son gave and got up and gave, honestly, a really sound message. Like, I give a shout out to Brad. Like, that dude knows the Bible. And it was very interesting to me because I saw him visibly wrestling with this idea of shepherding and then the idea of the institution. And there was times where he would look at his mom and just throw daggers at her.
Oh, wow. He good. Mom bad. Okay. Julie, thank you so much. Big $20. I did miss that. Hey, Jim Bob, I don't think most people realize that Iran means land of the Aryans and that Zoroastrian magi visited the infant Jesus and recognized Jesus as the fulfillment of prophecy. They originally reject Islam. Yeah, geographically, Islam has been historically terrestrial in their expansion. And so that's another thing. We take like a sort of current approach to things. But this would be true also of like colonialism, like colonizing Australia or something or whatever. There's always this history, obviously, that goes before what you associate to the land currently. And we just think anything that ends in a stan or whatever is like, oh, it must be Muslim. It's like, wait, hold on a second. Is that true? Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thanks for telling me I missed it too. Okay. All right. So he likes her son. Her son's good. She bad.
About corruption,
it's a cool
power.
Sermon, bro.
It was a very interesting dynamic, and she would belittle him too. It was wild.
During the service?
Yeah.
On Easter Sunday.
On Easter Sunday. And then once he finished the sermon, which, hey, Brad, great sermon until the very end, because then he's like, I don't want to do an altar call, but I'm a charismatic, so I have to do an altar call. And I'm like, well, you don't have to do an altar call.
What's an altar call?
It's basically him saying, hey, if you're not a Christian, come down to the stage. You're going to say Jesus is my savior.
Oh man, that's their conversion right there. It's so wild. Look, growing up with that stuff, I grew up with that, 100%. I think in every little mini church I went to, they had this moment where they awkwardly isolate the newbies who might be inquiring to something. They don't know what they're inquiring to. They isolate them, put them on the stage. It's equivalent to like proposing to your girlfriend in the middle of a stadium where everyone's watching and you're compelled to do this thing. This is how hypnosis works when these people tour, mentalists. They put people in a position where they're socially obligated to do something that they would otherwise, if they weren't asked, they would just stay in their seat and not do this thing. And then they isolate them. Oh, now say the thing. And then we'll get your email. They walk up the aisles, they cry, they go, I declare, this and this. They announce it, they clap, and then they go, make sure you sign up your email right there, by the way. It's like the best way to collect an email is to invite someone up to the stage, declare to the public that they accept Jesus, not knowing what that even means, and then also definitely sign your email on the way out. There's a little book there. Here's a sticker also. It's like getting a vaccine. That's kind of what it's like. Honestly, I'm surprised there aren't trucks, altar call trucks, where you step on it. There probably is. It's like, is this a food truck? They're like, yeah, we'll serve some food, but that's not what it really is. Shatalabiki Yoku.
I'm a sinner, and boom, you're a Christian. And that's a relatively new technique in Christianity. 200 years ago, altar calls were not a thing. And so altar calls are just...
I'm sorry. Would you like to go back further, guy? You see what they do? I always catch this stuff. 200 years ago, this wasn't a thing. Would you like to go back 2,000 years? You see how quick and subtle it is? Oh, no, 200 years ago, this was not a thing. Huh. Okay. You want to go 4? You want to go 8? You want to go 1,000? I got a list. Do you have a list? I have a list. Galiggity. Where's your list? Oh, yeah, no, 200 years. Yeah, totally not. The ancient church of 200 years ago, we didn't even do this. I mean, that's what's so crazy about this. If you look into church history 200 years ago, you'll actually see that the true church 200 years ago, not doing anything like this. Nothing like this. You ever see it? You ever look into it, Tucky? Yeah, 200 years ago. I mean, we're even... Easter egg hunts didn't even look the same.
Just a...
No galiggity. No galiggity.
Kind of a new tool that churches use to read metrics. You know, because at the end of the day, how are we performing? Oh, here's how many salvations we've had and how many baptisms we've had. And so he's not for the altar call, but you can tell he's wrestling with the institution that his mom gave him. And then after the altar call, she got up and I'll quote her here. She goes, I'm going to speak for 60 seconds. She spoke for 8.5 minutes. I have the recording, how to give her money.
Yeah, they have these terms, altar. You know, some of these spirit-led, they use these terms, altar. I'll leave it on the altar. Leave all your troubles on the altar. This kind of stuff. You're like, what?
And yeah.
She did an 8.5-minute money pitch in church?
Correct. Yeah. At the end.
What did she say?
The altar is the stage. It is. It's the stage. When I was growing up, my altar, the stage, there was a push button. There was a button that pushed, and the band would separate, right? Get out of the way, quickly. And no joke, the stage opened up into a pool for baptisms. Like it was like I would actually need a production company to reenact my upbringing church. The Full Gospel Tabernacle, Catskill, New York. Full Gospel with Pastor James Finn, white-haired, ponytailed guy in a silk suit with, no joke, snakeskin boots, no joke. Red Fender Telecaster that he didn't know how to play. Mercedes. I mean, this dude would scurry across the floor doing Johnny B. Good kicks. People were jumping up and down. There was this dude, Don, who must have been like 6'7". And all he would do the entire time is jump directly up in the air over and over again. Just jump. Two minutes, 4 left, y'all. 2 minutes, 4 left. Thank you so much, Noble Earl. Thanks, Extanglia.
Hey. She said,
no snakes.
She had an
no
envelope,
snakes.
and she goes, my son moved me.
A lot of speaking in tongues, a lot of bringing like Tourette's people in from the back, pushing them over. A lot of stuff like that. A lot of performance going on there.
So much in this envelope. I have a sacrificial
they called him Jimmy the Finn.
Gift for him in this church.
I did. I went to the It's a Wonderful Life church. Seriously, dude. Holy moly.
Holy cow! That is a big super chat!
The snow is almost melted here in northern Wisconsin, which means I'm finding tons of cash laying around the boomers' homes and garages. Yeah, that you're taking care of. So I can pass on to you some of the rewards of my discoveries. They'd probably just give it to the local casino or BlackRock anyway. Thank you so much, Mud. Very generous of you. I hope you're doing well, being that you basically live in other people's, not even in their houses, but like under their porches, and you do work for them without their knowledge. You're like a tooth fairy, but for landscaping. Thank you so much, Mud. I really appreciate it. Very generous of you, sir. Ozzy, $5. You went to the It's a Wonderful Life church. I did. Jimmy Stewart. Yep. Floating face down. Yeah, it was literally that scene. It was they had to build that section. It's crazy. Reform 304 sanctuaries. Yes. Jortlandia attacks. Thank you so much, guys. We met the goal. Thank you so much, everyone.
She didn't tell us what it was or how much it was. And she goes, well, If I could, I'd sell my house, but I can't sell my home.
Why?
Paul wrote to these churches before the orthos claimed they were the true church. No. That's not how it works, Jeremy. The church that Christ started is the Orthodox Church. Just because the word Orthodox is something you're pointing to as like the delineation point, because that's all you would actually have. The question isn't whether or not Orthodox simply claim that there was a true church. No, you have to go back, Jeremy. I have a list. Do you? I have a list. Do you? You want to see the list? Here. Everybody can see the list, okay? Let me just quick divert for Jeremy here. Just for Jeremy. Look, this is a challenge to you, okay, Jeremy? And it's a fair challenge, honestly. We're talking about ecclesiology. We're talking about church history. We're talking about whether or not the church that Christ started and the succession of the people he taught is still intact or not. If it's not intact, you have no Christianity. It's either it's intact or Christianity is essentially false. It's a true dilemma. There's no church that's in a coma. It's not exactly how it works. I just told you. Do you have a list going back? That's how it works. Okay? Listen closely. It's either that Christ started a church and his commission is successful, or Christianity is false. That's a fair dilemma. No one, how could you possibly, look, to say there's a third option is to say Christ's church failed, which is inconsistent with Christianity anyway. Or you have to say in another way, it's an apostasy. It went to sleep, maybe. The Sleeping Beauty church that you need Joseph Smith to kiss to wake up or whatever. To make any arguments about the past, including letters to these other churches in guidance on what they should and shouldn't be doing, the correction, right, is to say that there's an authority. Now, if we grant that, even without the word orthodoxy, Jeremy, if we grant that these letters were to correct these other bodies, the extension of the existing body, to correct them in their practices, is to say that was the true church. Now the question is, cool, what is that church exist today, yes or no? Now, let me get to the list. I'll let Tucky talk while I find this list.
I don't know. I would ask her the same thing. And she goes, I have shoes and jewelry, but I can't sell those. And so this is my sacrifice. And then she looked out and she goes, you guys need to sacrifice. She goes, that nice Easter dress you're wearing, your sacrifice should be more than that dress. And she goes, Christ was the sacrifice and the offering and the tithe, but that doesn't mean it stops with Christ.
Oh, this is a hard sell.
Hard sell. So you need to sacrifice.
Jesus.
Well, that's true. It's just misappropriated. That's all. Yeah, participation in Christianity does require sacrifice, but like they shouldn't be surprised at the statement. It's just that whether or not that's the proper application, which it's not. Paula White has no ecclesiology. I just put it in the chat, y'all. Anybody can look at it whenever you want. But Jeremy Clarkson, that's for you. Okay, that's the list. You're gonna need this. You're gonna need this to make any claims about the original church that you're referring to when in those corrective letters. Or this might help too. If you read this. If you read this, Jeremy, have you ever read this? Anybody in the chat not read this yet? Really short, really compact little nugget here. If you read this, the question is, what church looks like this? Sounds like this, does this stuff? What church does that? So this, combined with the list, combined with the coherent metaphysics, combined with the theology that can be defended against, all of it. It's a worldview. But if you're going to just track it just historically, you can't just ignore this little guy. Okay, Jeremy, definitely read it. But also, click the link, save it. If you don't read it now, fine. Save it, right? This is the list. Okay? Look at it. Look at the years. Look at the people, the names. You think a Mormon could do this? No. No way. You think Doug Wilson could do this? Nope. Not a chance.
Jesus died, so send me money.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then it was cute. She goes, oh, and we do so much for the community, which they do things for the community. She goes, we do a food pantry and we give away food. Well, you don't pay for that food. That food is delivered to the church and then the church distributes it. So you're raising money for a food pantry that you have, but you don't have to buy the food. And so it's the carrot. I always say churches will use a carrot or organizations will use a carrot to get you to give. And out of your gift, let's say it's 100 carrots that they get, and they're going to use that one carrot to kind of dangle in front of your face.
Did you get a sense that Paula White was leading like any kind of pastoral care? People have problems in churches as in everywhere else. And one of the main jobs of a pastor is to be the shepherd for that flock, right?
It's like, you see the questions here? The question is Paula White a real pastor? I mean, this is why I'm like, wait a second, are we really at the effect of such a broken Western conception of Christianity? That's likely the case. My conspiratorial hat, when I tighten it, when I twist the tinfoil, it makes me think this is such sort of like, what did that linguist call it? Like manufactured consensus? Where it's like, oh, the real dilemma is Paula White a true pastor? Well, let's look. It's like, she's a woman. Yeah, but let's look at what she does. Let's just look, just to see. If she's not selling too hard, maybe we'll give her a pass. Oh, no, I felt like she was selling hard. No, it was hard. It was too much. Just lighten up a little bit. Then she's good.
It sounds like her daughter-in-law likes to do that. Mm-hmm. Charismatics are very charismatic, so she prays in tongues and, they do all that. So they're very into that. But Paula walked in after the service started. I saw her come in and she walked out.
Who is this guy?
Or before
Who is this guy?
She left.
Actually?
Oh, yeah. I wouldn't say there's any on-site shepherding that Paula does.
So who is Paula White exactly? And pardon my ignorance, but it's just she's become this figure. She's one of the people who prayed over the president and encouraged this war with Iran, a country with over 1 million Christians in it. But she has played a role
definitely
in our foreign policy. So I think
that's why I never really got a good answer from Sean, right? From Kingdom in Context. This is such an important question when people are claiming Christianity. It's such an important, ecclesiology is such an important thing. Like the theology and trying to debate and metaphysics and, salvation and, baptism and all this stuff. It's like, yeah, that's all well and good, right, to get into. But to me, if you can't trace the teaching, it's not a matter of if you could make sense of the position.
Paula White kicked me out of her congregation after I took a bath in the communal coffee.
Why? It's not a matter of whether or not you can, with language, make sense of some theological position. The question is, can you trace it back anyway? Let's say because I'm not even saying people can't at times glean from scripture or some practices and come to a near close hit to a normative authority's conception or summary of the thing. They might get it right. The question is there a right? It's not whether you can get it right. The question is there a right way? Is there a right, true Christianity? Right. So that's why ecclesiology is like the killer in all of these conversations. If Christianity is Episcopal and it's been taught through the ages and carried forth from Christ himself, then that could be traced. And if it can be traced, you can actually look at the practices. They can be traced too. So the teachers can be traced and what they're teaching can be traced. Now, if you don't have that, you have to imagine a dead-end church like the Mormons do. And you have to literally imagine your church history. They were there somewhere. Where were the Mormons in 350? I don't know. They're somewhere. Where were the Unitarians? How is the Unitarian, quote, church, the true church? How do you trace it from now? Who's a proper bishop today of Christ's Unitarian Church? Which doesn't even make sense. Christ's Unitarian Church? What? A guy's Unitarian Church? Anyway, that's why going back in time, who's a pastor? Is she a pastor? Is she? They never want to answer. The Orthodox answer, no. No. Well, it depends of her fruits. She might have good fruits, though. If she doesn't sell too hard, she got good coffee, enough seats for everybody, good fruits.
And of course, she's been used and has allowed herself to be used to justify this war and violence in the name of Jesus. So I think it's worth asking, like, where does she come from? Who is this person?
Yes.
I don't know her upbringing, but I'll start.
Yeah, that's what's crazy, Craftsman.
Start with this. I will give Paula the benefit of the doubt that she came into the church space wanting to do good.
Yes.
She wanted to save souls. She wanted to preach the gospel. I believe that. But I also believe
I think that's we should always extend that benefit of the doubt to people.
Okay. So when she's presenting that gospel, she has to play in a certain legal realm, which is religious institutions, corporations in America. I firmly stand on my word that legal architecture will corrupt anybody that goes into the mission or that ministry full time. So she started a church in Tampa called Without Walls with her husband, Randy Knight. I went to the building Saturday because I wanted to see where that was. So I drove up to Tampa, and now it's a bar.
Was the apostolic succession one of the greatest indicators that that orthodoxy was right and not what you were raised in? Yeah, one of them, but also the theology. Like a first precondition is that that you could trace it back to Christ, and then the second one would be that it has a coherent view that can be talked about in any meaningful way. But the thing is, Abe Dinkus, it was very clear to me that from the historical view, which is necessary, there were only two options from the outset. Without looking into anything else, just history, there's only two options. It's Orthodoxy or Roman Catholicism. Like anything else further have to say that the church went to sleep and got defibrillated by someone. You know, it's like, who got to it first? It's like Joseph Smith's like, oh, no, I resurrected Christ's church. You know, I did CPR. And you're like, yeah, but 300 years earlier, that's what Luther claimed. So who? It's like ambulance chasing. It's like ambulances competing to bring the bride of Christ back to life with the assumption that there was a death to begin with or a near-death experience, right? You're like, what? That doesn't make any sense. So you're using the liturgical document, which assumes that the church didn't die. A church did accurately choose the right books and compile and preserve the Bible, but also it died. What? No. The false church of Satan compiled the Bible accurately. See? God organized the church of the devil to properly choose the right books so that later Joseph Smith could be like, good job, Church of Satan. It's like, thanks a lot. I mean, it's such a wild. So yeah, from there, Basically, yeah. Donate now, get your own planet. That's right. Shata they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia.
It's like a restaurant bar. And so I went in.
The church is a bar?
Well, so I went in and talked to the restaurant. I'm like,
bar.
hey, was this Paula White's church without wall?
Oriental Orthodoxy is incoherent Christology. So it's got a broken Christology, and that's been dealt with, by the way, historically. So you still go back to history when you're questioning, like, well, what about this? Well, you look back in time and go, oh, that's also been dealt with. It's just that, especially in the West, nothing. How many of you in the chat were actually introduced into church history growing up, quote, Christian? How many of you? Most of us, the Bible's on the table. Most of us, there's a couple of statements being made biblically here and there. Most of us, we went to some church where, some version of this modern view, but none of them go back through the ages. None of them deal with the history. When you're a kid and you ask your parents how we got the Bible, they just say God gave us the Bible, which is like a tricky thing to say because it's partially true, but it's also it's leaving a lot out. Thank you, Vagine.
And the manager was like, yeah. So he's like, we get this question a lot, actually, which is fascinating. So I don't know the financial exchange or the real estate side of things, but
yeah, that's the best you'd get, right, Flavius? You'd be like, okay, well, what does that say?
Original Without Walls church was bulldozed, and then that restaurant bar was built on the property.
So she and her husband started a church in Tampa.
They started a church in Tampa called Without Walls. There's some
Without Walls, they're coming from Africa. They're coming.
Scandal wrapped around that church. They used to work, or they're very loudly talking about how they work in prostitution.
You don't need a building? Well, I mean, do you need to participate in the sacraments? Do you need to baptize? Do you need to partake in the Eucharist, Jeremy? Or does that all just happen inside of your heart? Do you mix your own Eucharist in your bathtub? Baptize yourself, go under for 3 times, get up, take a shot? What I mean, I'm sorry to be facetious here, but it's like, what does that mean? You have a trans theology then, Jeremy. That's what trans people say. I'm a woman on the inside. You can't refute it. I'm a Christian on the inside. Cool. You don't need a church. You don't need correction then. From Paul, right? Why did Paul? If the Holy Spirit is in you and there's no true church, why is Paul writing letters to other churches to correct them?
Luty's making his own pew pew. I feel like there's a joke in there, but I would have to nail it to a door.
Vagine, your manners. I watched some short video the other day about Eastern Orthodox Church. In Japan, it was pretty beautiful to see Japanese culture married. Yeah, that's what's amazing about Orthodox Christianity is that, as my priest put it colloquially, in a sense, you can baptize cultural elements. You can pull them in and format them. You make things Orthodox. And then that's their argument always in the past. Oh, Orthodoxy stole from this and this and this. No. We converted things. Imagine saying that about a person. Someone converts to Orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is taking credit for that person. Yeah, he was converted. They were converted. Yeah.
They help prostitutes. They help the needy in that area. And so I talked with a past employee.
He's writing to believers? Okay, so there's no authority. Why is Paul the authority? Why is Paul writing? If believers are equal to Paul because they simply believe, why is he writing believers? They're already at the status that you claim to be at, right? So you're in a contradiction. You can't say it's just the believer who declares themselves at the status of Christian, of the Christian life or whatever, and then also take direction. That doesn't make any sense. What about so you're saying that that the bishops of the time, when it's said that where the bishop is, that's where the church is, because the bishops are the continued succession. Again, did you click the link? They're the continued succession of the teachings. So that's why it's said that where the bishop is, the church is. And that's why it says biblically, the church is the pillar of truth. So when you say, no, my chest is the pillar of truth, inside my heart is the church. Okay. So how do you know who's a Christian then? Just like how do you know who's a woman or a man? You got trans theology, dude. It's the same epistemic system and criterion as the trans person. So you can't go around refuting the trans person when they say, no, I identify inside my heart as this thing. That's where it belongs. That identity is in my heart. Okay. So there's no external operations. So you don't participate in the sacraments through matter. You participate in the sacraments in your mind and inside your heart. You're a bishop, by the way. Congratulations.
Who said that, and we're getting the tapes right now. We found some old VHS tapes from Paula back in the day. So those are actually they just arrived in my house. Very excited to look at those. But they said, there's a run.
We're all equal in Christ. Yeah, but that's not what that means. That doesn't mean we're all in Christ's church because we're all equal. Like you could say we're all equal in Christ. That means we're all made in God's image. You could take that as that. That means people who are not Christian are made in God's image. But equal in Christ, right? When you're baptized, when you are grafted into his body, you're equal as well. So it's like, so there's nothing to be done, right? I understand, Jeremy. I'm aggressive because it needs to be, you need to be sometimes with this. Because I care. I don't want you floating around thinking, oh, Christianity just happens inside my mind. There's no church. You think a church means a building. No, the building is a use for the church. The building is organized to direct and facilitate liturgy. You could do it in the woods. It's been done. You could do it in alleys, in sheds. Liturgies, beautiful divine liturgies have happened outside the walls of a beautiful building. That's not the point. The point is this. This is the point. Read this and tell me this set of teachings right here that was preserved. You tell me that you can just take your own approach. What you have to say, Jeremy, let's just skip to the end. Can you start a church and teach Christianity tomorrow as a bishop? Can you do that? Can you do that? Not that you will. I didn't ask if you will do that. Could you do that tomorrow? You declare yourself a true bishop of Christ's church. You start a church and you start teaching people. Can you do that? I discovered my Lutheran school lied and told us Luther promised God he would become a monk in the storm when all historical texts said it was St. Anne. That's funny. There's a lot of Lutheran schools.
Down hotel on the property next to us. We bought that hotel. We're going to turn it into a rehab facility for prostitutes and drug addicts, and that's going to be our main witness. Awesome. That's right where I think Christ would be, is hanging out with the hurting, the needy, the prostitute, the widowed.
Yeah.
And so they started raising money.
Yes, get it. Yeah.
For
also go to liturgy. Like, seriously, even just from a basic inquiry, not even a debatey kind of sense of it, Jeremy. If you haven't been, go again. If you have been, you're going in with the inquiry, the question, basically. Okay, was there a church practicing Christianity? Necessarily, it's true that a church was practicing Christianity before and after the compilation of the New Testament. And if you're like, yeah, that makes sense. In fact, it needs to be the case that Christianity was live and present and well. So if that's true, it's a really simple inquiry. It's like this. What did the church look like at the time? you know? What were the practices at the time? What did they look like? What are they closest to, if not identical to, perhaps in some cases? And then you go, okay, cool. Well, I want to see what that is. For my own peace of mind, I want to see what that is. Johnny Chang. That's not what Johnny Chang. Prayers to Johnny Chang.
Or this hotel that they had built. And they raised, I don't have the exact amount, but hundreds of thousands of dollars. And some of their congregants mortgaged their homes for it. Well, come to find out, they never even bought the hotel. This was just all theory and a good intentioned idea.
Now, coincidentally, I'm trying to get to the part where he's talking about socialism, but because that's what was supposed to be the theme.
Remember that Animal Farm is not what it means.
Very bold woman. Very loud.
Super chat. Hold on, Danny. Sorry about that, buddy. So I'm yelling at people. Sorry about that. Jeremy's religion doesn't even require the Bible. That's right. That's right. Yeah, if it's all in your heart, that's true. That's a tough one. It doesn't. You would just know it. You just have it. Just in there. You don't need anything. Reading the Bible and doing things, just extra work. Justin says, Sola Scriptura is not an authority. It's a rejection of authority. Authority needs personhood. That's right. Yep. Objects don't have authority. Text alone doesn't have authority.
Never seen.
I don't consider that a compliment at all. I just want to be clear.
What, bold and loud?
Yeah, I'm not into it.
No, either am I. And so I had never been around her before. We're waiting to have FaceTime with Trump from corporations that have scandals or abuse. This is the banger. Ready? Powers of officers. The senior pastor is the president of the corporation. And this is a sticking point for me because most pastors will say, my church is not a business. Well, no, it's a corporation registered with the state. It's very much a business, right? So the senior pastor is the president of the corporation and is referred to within these bylaws as pastor president. Here's the drum roll. The church finds its headship under the Lord Jesus Christ.
God's law is written on your heart. Yeah, but you're just taking that. What's not written on your heart is how to properly practice or receive the gifts. Where's that written on your heart? Right? And if God's law is written on your heart, that's referring to your essentially the noetic aspect of your existence, which is in your very being, you have the capacity to know good, to seek God. That doesn't tell you proper tradition. Look at it this way. If we're told to hold steadfast to the traditions that we were given, the traditions, the holy traditions of Christ's true church, is that written on your heart? Jeremy, don't be lazy. We don't want you to get the good bits of Christianity that you swipe with your finger off the top of the wonderful cupcake. We want you to get the whole thing. We want you to get the bakery, not the cupcake. We're offering you the bakery. Don't reject the bakery. You're here for a reason. You're asking questions for a reason, right? Don't just take the bits that smell and taste good to you. It doesn't prove your point. It's just you taking from Scripture and giving yourself an excuse to not further put yourself into practice. Well, it's all written in my heart anyway. I don't have to do anything. Well, no. The traditions that we're told to hold steadfast to aren't written on your heart. Where are those? How do you know what to do? No. That doesn't get you anywhere.
In its pastor president. So you don't find your...
What's the question? I said, is it written on your heart which traditions to hold steadfast to, as we're told in Thessalonians? Is that written in your heart? There's a lot of traditions out there, and there's a true tradition, Gordon Ball. So, is that written on your heart?
Headship in Jesus Christ. You find it under the Lord Jesus Christ in Paula White. So if I want to get to Jesus Christ, I have to go through Paula White.
I believe we had a Protestant Reformation to get away from this idea.
You can keep that copy.
That the leader is infallible and the leader speaks always and everywhere for God himself.
Yeah.
Yes and no. This is what's tough, when it gets into ecclesiology and the structure of Christ's true church. You don't get away from there's a structure of the church. You don't get away from there's a source of leadership. You don't get away from that Christ established his college, and those people were specific. The question is whether or not there are true apostles. The question is whether or not there are true prophets, right? Well, the faith was delivered. So the reason we don't say Paula White's not this or that because the Reformation already corrected it. Come on. How ironic is that? His pushback against Paula White being like, I'm the source. You got to get through me. And Tucky's all, the rejection of that already happened. No, the rejection of a perversion of that happened. Not the rejection of the idea that Christ established through men the structure and the practice of the faith. No. Otherwise, you're going to just deny the apostles. Why not deny the apostles? I'm not saying you accept Paula because you accept the apostles. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in principle, he's rejecting it for the wrong reasons.
Yes.
Isn't that why we had the Reformation 500 years ago?
Well, that's the point of Christ. Christ came to remove middlemen, to remove the Levitical priesthood.
That's what I thought.
Wait, what? No. What? Dude, did you just hear that? Oh my gosh, this is rage bait. That's what I thought. Christ is the high priest. He started a church. He didn't start a church as the high priest of the church to get rid of priests. He smuggled in Levitical, Old Testament sort of structures, right? But they think that carries through. This is wild, man. So wrong. This is so wrong.
Well, no, it's a corporation registered with the state. It's
so
very
wrong.
much a business. You find it.
Heard of anything like that? How unusual is that?
That's pretty aggressive bylaws. But
Just like the church in Acts.
Yeah.
Wait.
Wow, that's so how unusual. I've never heard of anything like that. How unusual is that?
That's pretty aggressive bylaws. But here's Second Baptist bylaw.
Wait, where is it?
This is a church after generation of
Relatives of mine.
and that's what we should probably be modeling ourselves after,
Yeah.
right?
Wait, what?
1,000 members in a shady back end deal.
The leader is infallible.
He's a,
Okay, wait. Sorry,
If we had a Protestant Reformation to get away from this idea
You can keep that copy.
that the leader is infallible and the leader speaks always and everywhere for God himself.
Yeah, that's an argument against the papacy is fine, but that's not what's in question.
Yes.
Isn't that why we had the Reformation 500 years ago?
Well, that's the point of Christ. Christ came to remove middlemen, to remove the Levitical priesthood.
That's what I thought.
There's no such thing as an authorized priest. What? You thought Christ started a church and a great commission to get rid of a structure of a church? Excuse me? That's what I thought. Yeah, how is that? That's weird that they actually say the word. They're Episcopalian, and that's what they teach. They teach. He's Episcopalian. That's what they teach. So much trouble. Speaking of trouble, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on the goal.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so how unusual.
Wow.
I've never heard of anything like that. How unusual is that?
That's pretty aggressive bylaws, but here's Second Baptist bylaws. So I had a fun interaction in Houston the other week. This is a church with $1 billion in assets.
Yeah,
in
they
Houston.
do.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
It's 98 years old. So that means generation after generation of generous, Christ-centered Houstonians have funded this building.
Some of my favorite people in the world and relatives of mine who I really look up to as Christians, have spent a lot of time in that church and helped fund it and
There we
whatever.
go.
So I know that there are true
Amazing people.
Christians in that church.
I just want to get really rigorous, just in case you guys missed it. Episcopal, which Christ Church is, it's Episcopal. It's historically documented through every era, through every bishop to be Episcopal from the start. Episcopal, meaning of or relating to a bishop or a church government directed by bishops. How did they do it? It's like the funniest trick ever. It's like calling a restaurant that for steaks vegan. Thank you so much, Kelly. And birds aren't even real. Appreciate you. 2 more? 1 minute? 2 more? Get your taxes in. Freeloading socialists. It's Episcopal, which is the opposite of Episcopal. That's wild. I never knew that. That the joke, the complete inversion of what it means to be Episcopal is to teach against it. I didn't know that. Is that an accident or just like a lost in translation thing? Is that on purpose? My mind is blown.
93,000
My mind's blown.
members had voting rights. And voting rights are, hey, just like a democracy, just like America, $1 billion to be a capitalistic endeavor.
Hold on.
Are not entitled to vote in person, by proxy, or otherwise. So $1 billion in assets were put into the hands of 6 people, 5 of which are related.
When did that happen?
2023, and now there's an ongoing lawsuit because the congregants are suing for their rights back.
How can you do that?
How do you do that?
You can't, but shady lawyers. So this is a big thing that we talk about in the religion business in season 1. The church was never meant to be a capitalistic endeavor.
No, it's not a business.
Yeah.
That's true. That the endeavor of the church, in this case, in the true sense of it, yeah, that's not it's theosis, it's praxis. You would be called to participate in the church regardless of the economic system that you were stuck in. Are some of them more accommodating? Yeah, probably. But that part's true, but they kind of run with this now. This is the meat of it here, you guys. So I'm sorry it took so long to get to the meat of the question, which is the topic of, is Christianity is antithetical to capitalism, or is Christianity definitionally inherently socialist? Right. From my view, it's neither, but that's the thing. Yeah, it's so weird. The terms. It's very bizarre. Self-refuting, because it's like you're teaching, right? You need an authority to teach. And like, no, there is no authority. Anybody can teach. Not meaning to hijack here. No, we want you to go to liturgy. Not meaning to hijack. The first century church was doing the liturgy and the traditions of the Ortho Church before Ortho Church was established. No, you're making a separation that doesn't exist. The divine liturgies go back to that time, and they even the ones that were written for New Testament worship are reflective of previous liturgical practices, and the scripture historically was always a liturgical tool. And so even if you go back, Jeremy, to lectionaries, commonly the reading of Moses, these are applied scriptures in a liturgical setting. And so what you look for is the continuation. It's not a conversion. It's a continuation. So when you look for the continuation, those are the markers you look for. So, and still today, we are participating in ancient liturgies that have been tracked through the ages before what you call the book, that the only thing you need, right? Oh, I got the book now. I'm good. No, the book was compiled for liturgical practice. So if you valued the Bible, Jeremy, I would ask you a question. What's the purpose in the 4th century? What was the purpose of compiling the Bible? Certainly it wasn't for laity like you and me to run and go to 7-Eleven and pick one up with a pink binding. Be like, oh, I'm going to go in the alley and read this thing. No. You couldn't do that. Not only was that not possible because of economic constraints and costs, but it wasn't even the purpose. It wasn't the function. That's funny, right? That's actually funny reasoning. I've actually heard that not sarcastically before, honestly. Christianity supersedes economic systems. Render unto Caesar. We live in what we have to be given. Yeah, we live in what we're given, and then we practice inside. Now we can, not in a Jewy sense, but we can revolt against some things. But the point is, it's like That's the challenge, is like when to be passive, when to not be passive, when to fight, when to not fight, when to change a law, when to just follow it. These moral conundrums don't go away. They're embedded in the system itself.
Yes, but capitalism has crept into it, and shrewd, smart businessmen and women and lawyers have realized it is the perfect legal architecture to either scam people or build empires in the name of Jesus.
Spring.
And guess what? Guess what, guys? Whether it's Tucky or that surfer guy, you can't fight against it. You can't fight against it unless you do it from an authoritative position of the true church. What are you going to say? If you don't have an authority to say someone's a false Christian and there is a true church and you know what it is, how are you going to tell them other than, some sort of like, that's not fair? What are you doing? Why are you using the economic system to your advantage? Why are you doing that? That's not fair. I don't like that, right? There's no place to argue. It's just, I don't like that. I don't feel like that's good. That's it.
Problem with a lot of American Christianity is not the faith. Of course, no. You are a Christian.
No, it's a big, oh man, talky dude. Okay, maybe he is a cell. Okay, maybe he is. I thought, no, Tucky, he's just gotten outcast. He's starting to wake up to some things, and he's getting ostracized into the cabin. That was my take, right? Did you just hear what he said? Oh man, this is so bad. This is depressing me. This is actually depressing. This is ruining my egg hunt.
Problem with a lot of American Christianity is not the faith. Of course, no. You are.
What do you mean it's not the faith? The problem with modern Christianity isn't the faith, isn't the perversion of the faith itself that actually people are running around claiming Christ isn't God. It's not theological. It's that they're making their own. The problem is that they're actually making so much money. It's not that their theology is false. It's all true. You're a Christian. I'm a Christian, even though we don't believe the same things. But it's actually how much they're charging for Christian donuts. That's the problem. This is so modern. My boss is very Protestant, and he thinks only the Holy Spirit can reliably guide, convict man, not clergy. Well, that's a contradiction, because if he believes the Holy Spirit can guide man, and man is clergy, then he's in a contradiction. I invited him to liturgy, but I know if he comes to liturgy, he will see it as a cult. Any tips? No, just take your time. Try not to debate. Ask little questions like that without being too confrontational. It's your boss. But already he's in a contradiction. You can't say the Holy Spirit reliably guides man, but not clergy. And you go, what's clergy? Lamps? What are they, lamps? Is a clergy a table? You just ask him, can the Holy Spirit reliably guide clergy? Ruh-roh. You're fired. Don't get fired, dude. Don't get fired for it, okay? Just take your time. Be great. Ask the right questions, but don't push too much. Plant the seeds. He'll think about stuff when he's not talking to you. How about that? Don't expect the indications for you changing someone's mind to actually show up in your conversations. That's what I learned. Because sometimes you can be really surprised.
Are a Christian, but is the structure that corrupts by its nature. It's like almost...
Yeah, it is a contradiction. P, the Holy Spirit can guide man, is the only thing that guides man. Oh, you're saying clergy doesn't guide man? Well, no. Okay, fine. You're right. Thanks for the correction. I thought he was saying can't guide clergy. Okay, then it would be a contradiction. There's another contradiction, though. He's teaching. So there's a new contradiction, game caller. The contradiction is man can't teach man, and he's teaching man by saying it. By saying only Holy Spirit can guide man, he's a man teaching that. Why would we believe him? That's a performative contradiction. You're right, though. The last one, I read it wrong. It's not a contradiction to say the Holy Spirit guides men. Clergy doesn't guide men. But it's a performative contradiction for us to listen to him about that.
I think you said to me this morning, it's like almost impossible to get out of this without being corrupted if you're leading a church with a structure like that.
Correct.
Is that fair?
100%. I say that you can go in with the best of intentions, but if there's no external accountability on the system, that system will inevitably eat you alive.
The guides the church, yeah, but that's ambiguous. If you believe the Holy Spirit guides the church, then the church existed already to guide them to the right books. Now you're saying, no, I do believe that the Holy Spirit guided the church in the correct books and through the councils and fighting off heresy. I believe that, but I just don't believe in that church. But the Holy Spirit guided the right church, but I don't like that church anymore. It's like, what do you mean? Yeah. Guides the church. What's the church? Is it Episcopal? Is there clergy in the church? Well, historically there has been. Again, game caller, we can bring up the list again. Here it is for all of you to know. Look at all the names. Is this your church? Are you going to say Peter wasn't of the church? No, you'll say that. How about everyone underneath? Any of these guys? Did the apostles effectively teach and convey and transfer the faith to these people? How did you get the faith without all of these people? Was it like Back to the Future Christianity episode? Bunch of biffs.
Alive and corrupt you. Your sermons, your messaging will all tilt.
Why do they think they need the church if they don't need clergy? Yeah, well, who's the church? I mean, like Jay says in a lot of his responses, oh yeah, you're the church now. So game caller's the church. Okay. So you're the church. Then I'm the church. Uh-oh, we disagree. Who's the right church if we disagree?
To protect that institution. And I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They're doing it.
It's a nice list you got there. I know that's cute, game caller, but it's actually nothing to scoff at, because to belittle this list is to belittle your own epistemology. You rely on this list. You don't care about it. You don't acknowledge it. You just were born into a society that already gave you a Bible, and you thought that's Christianity. But you have to look at all of this. You can't deny any of this. You could cutely say, oh, nice list you got there. Nice preservation through the ages of the faith. Oh, thanks a lot, guys. Don't need you anymore. You're like a chick who eventually realizes she's 18 and doesn't need her parents anymore, and then just denies that her parents raised her. That's what you guys act like. Chicks. Little rebellious chicks who are like, I don't need dad anymore. I don't even want to hang out with my parents anymore. Yeah, they raised me and gave me everything and set me up and yoked me. But I mean, whatever. Nice list you got there. Nice family tree you got there. Yeah, nice book. A list of books. Nice Bible you got there. A list of books.
Unconsciously, whether that be the idea of tithing, whether that be Zionism and Israel, it all tilts towards protecting the status quo of the institution.
Boy,
that's true. I agree with him finally.
See this in all institutions, though. Isn't the point of every institution over time to protect and enlarge the institution itself?
100%.
That is the mission.
But that's the need for reform in everything. The Bible story is so beautiful because it's a story of birth, death, and resurrection over and over. And Christ talks about when the seed falls, it has to die in the soil.
Do you think orthodoxy can be in the... Yes.
For rebirth.
The question is not being in the military. The question is, what's a justified war? The second question I can't answer. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. Someone could probably tell you. I can't tell you.
Birth. But what we've created is institutional structure that can't die. We can't reform this because too many people feed off the system. There's too many parasites. But if we killed systems and reformed them,
Yeah, that's the problem. Is like Game Caller, it needs to be true. Dude, you say it doesn't. No one said it supersedes the Holy Spirit. The question is, if you hold the Bible in your hand and believe that there's a true church that Christ started, the people on the list you also believe were guided by the Spirit. Now, if you believe they were guided by the Spirit, why don't you appeal to them? Doesn't make any sense. No, they were guided by the Spirit. You know what you have to do? You have to turn them into widgets. Interchangeable widgets. That's what you do. It's like a Calvinist view. You turn man into a disposable, empty marionette doll that does God's work. Takes its little feather pens and its papyri paper, writes down the books, consolidates the books, does a minute, does several councils, a lot of string puppets,
which we need for new birth and regrowth, then people lose power.
Repeat the question. Were the people on the list guided by the Holy Spirit? You can't say no, because then you don't have a Bible. You don't have the faith. You don't have the thing that you're appealing to. You can't just say the Bible grew on a Bible tree. Or you could say, like what I just said, you'll have to say, well, no, God just used empty vesseled men and tied holy strings to them and like just did like a fun little, like, we're writing the Bible. We're doing the Bible now, and we're doing the thing, and let's have some councils. St. Irenaeus is like, I don't know why. I just wrote several volumes against heresies. They wake up from their slumber. What happened? Did I have a blackout? Did I have a spiritual blackout again? What happened? I woke up and there was stacks of arguments, thorough, insightful arguments against heresies. Did you guys see what I was doing last night? Yeah, you were in like some sort of zone, bro. You had 3 pens in your hands. And you were like, dude, you used all the papyri, dude. What the hell? Hope all of that's correct, dude. What?
Power.
You know how expensive that is?
People, lose their control. And it's baked into human nature.
And loss of power and control is a prerequisite for letting...
Most of them? How did you determine most of them? Game caller. You said most. How did you determine most? Well, did you use methodology? What was the methodology?
For religious transformation, for letting God take control.
Correct. Yeah. So that's a big deal. Christ literally gave up all control and hung on a cross. And this is one place I want to get to, whether you're a Christian, my 160 million self-professed American Christians out there, my brothers and sisters out there, we can see the Bible as the Word of God. And I can speak to it on that. My atheist and agnostic friends, let's see it as a history book. And today I want to talk with you about when he said it is finished on the cross, the last words that came out of his mouth, he meant it. So if you're a Christ follower, we're going to break down a lot of scriptures that...
Oh, if you're a Christ follower, you're going to break down scriptures? It's just amazing, man.
You, depending on your theological approach, you will have to say it isn't finished. And so that's what I want to get into, and power structure is one of them. When he hung on that cross, he broke all power structures.
No, he didn't break the idea of a governing body of government and law. No. It's not anarchist Christ. What are you talking about, dude? Look, when he hung on that cross, all organized structures of law went away. Borders, boundaries, differences, it's over. Burning Man. Think Burning Man.
He is the only way, the truth, and the life, and no one gets to Jehovah the Father except through him.
Well, he also gave us a church, bucko, so that's a bit weird. He gave us a church. Well, this guy skip Pentecost? Like, what are... He's like, no, he died on the cross. That's it. Anarcho-Christ. Stoner surfer exegesis.
So what?
So then what does that mean? There's no law? I just did a rant about how Trump is actually violating the law, but if you're saying that Christ died on the cross and basically abolished law, which is actually not the Christian view, it's not even true that he abolished the old law, then what are we talking about?
What does that mean? I mean, I understand. I always understood Jesus.
Yeah, what does it mean? Yeah, exactly. Please be as rigorous as you were with Ted Cruz, please.
Just to be talking about his life on earth.
Yeah, he fulfilled the law.
But you're saying that
When Christ said it is finished, he was talking about the old covenants, the Abrahamic covenant and the Mosaic laws, all 613 of them.
Huh.
So then where do we get that we don't actually have laws in general?
Is that acknowledged by churches?
No, because if you acknowledge it, then your church structure, modern day church structure, has to really rethink and reform.
That's not even the correlate. That's not the correlate. The correlate is a church that calls itself a church that abandons and walks away from the historical church and its practices and its authority will inevitably embed itself in modernity. That's the distinction. It has nothing to do with his interpretation of what the fulfilled law is of Christ. This guy's a nut job. What is he talking about? No. What you see with modern churches is a combination of modernity, the legal system, that we made the government the arbiter, right, for how churches operate, because it gives churches money, and then in exchange for money, you have to take a jibby jab or something like this. But it's also works because these churches aren't true churches. They're just creations. They're just creatures. They're just like, oh, okay, we'll start this. Call it a church and get some tax money. And this guy's such a burnout.
And what are you left with?
Well, you're left with what's inside your heart. That's it. You just got you in your yard. Just me and my arrow. Do.
The gospel is saving.
The gospel, yeah. So what? Where's Scooby, bro? Where's Scooby-Doo? You just said the gospel. It's like all these other churches are saying they have the gospel, and you just said, what are we left with? It's the gospel. It's like, I can't believe you even said that, but... It's gospel, bro. What are we even left with if there's no church or no order or no hierarchy or no authority and no episcopal structure, no bishops? What are we left with? Gospel, dude. Gospel, bro. Gospel.
Full of saving grace. Meant it. So if you're a Christ follower, we're going to break down a lot of scriptures that you, depending on your theological approach, you will have to say it isn't finished. And so that's what I want to get into, and power structure is one of them. When he hung on that cross, he broke all power structures.
That's weird. He broke power structures, but he created a great commission, and the people who taught and carried forth his church and his teachings were bishops. And the only reason you, Jack Johnson's cousin, know about Christ is because of a power structure, essentially, that you deny. Sounds familiar, game caller?
He is the only way, the truth, and the life, and no one gets to Jehovah the Father.
Well, no, you know that because you have access to the Bible.
Except through him.
So what does that mean? I mean, I understand. I always understood Jesus to be talking about his life on earth. But you're saying that...
When Christ said it is finished, he was talking about the old covenants, the Abrahamic covenant and the Mosaic laws, all 613 of them.
Huh. Is that acknowledged by churches?
No, because if you acknowledge it, then your church structure, a modern day church structure has to really rethink and reform.
Yeah, notice how this isn't a critique of orthodoxy. This guy probably doesn't even understand or know what orthodoxy is. So he's like, oh yeah, no, that means that the modern structure, no, the modern structure doesn't work even, no, the modern, like, this is so convoluted, dude. If there's a proper examination and summary of what it means for Christ to have fulfilled the law, if there's an authoritative position and he started a church, then you would be denying all of these churches anyway. Not because they operate with the government and stuff. That's not the reason. It's because they're not the true church. That's the reason. It's not because they're doing it wrong with the government. I mean, this is just like controlled, not controlled opposition, like it's like this controlled dialectic where you're talking about the problem of this stuff, but you're not examining the real problem of it. It's a fake problem of the problem. I want to heckle. And there's no one there to heckle. You got to get Jay on, dude. I wish they would do a Tucky episode where someone like Jay could take notes on people like this. And so the thing isn't, this is what's frustrating also about watching media in general is like, you see this, you try to do a breakdown, and then time goes by, and it's never really corrected at the level it needs to be. And then someone else gets on that you really appreciate that they're on, but then they're talking about something else, and they don't get to, it just keeps, it's like this endless snowball effect. Man, it makes me want to drink rye. Guy is such a moron. Christ literally said he didn't come to abolish the law. Correct. Yeah, the early Jewish Christians literally kept Torah, right? James the Just was considered the example. Yeah, he thinks that there's a conversion as opposed to a continuation, and it's not to abolish. The early Christians, before new practices were realized in higher resolution, lingering people of the time were still practicing. It wasn't like, stop! It wasn't an immediate software update.
And what are you left with?
The gospel, the saving grace of Christ. Love.
Dude, man, the fulfillment, the earthly mission is defeating death. So he came to abolish that stuff that is like so like just so authority based, He just didn't like it. So he died to just get rid of some legalistic stuff. You know what I mean?
So it's interesting when you look at even churches that, you agree, or I'll speak for myself, that I agree with and love. Mm-hmm. You love the liturgy, love the people of the people. I mean, you can have pure-hearted people in a corrupt system. Mm-hmm. The congregants, as I just said, it's about Second Baptist in Houston. But the church itself is like, it seems like almost all of them have deep corruption in them.
Christ said in multiple gospels, it's one of my favorite lines. He says, you've taken traditions of men and you call it doctrine.
Yes.
Our churches today are nothing but tradition.
Dude. Oh my gosh! I hope Jay reviews this because he'll do a more thorough job than me. But this is just nothing but tradition. Tucky, please go. What about Thessalonians? What are they referring to when they say hold steadfast to the tradition? Then,
and they're based off of a 14-point checklist that the government put forward. They're based off the nonprofits.
Yeah, they're probably false, but the question isn't, it's not false because it's tradition.
Sector created in 1913. That's all just traditions of men. That's not inherently bad. This room, there's no inherent goodness or badness to it outside of what we apply to it.
Right.
And so we've taken traditions of men and call it doctrine. One of those traditions is the legal architecture of the nonprofit sector, and then the religious exemptions applied to all churches.
This guy's so full of shit. This guy's a charlatan. He's like Christianity and Cabela's. Like, it's like Christianity on a fishing trip. It's like Christianity and camping. Who's your camp counselor?
Mosques, temples, you name it. They play by the same rules in America. That legal architecture, there's only one conclusion to it, and that's corruption. There's only one. When you look at how it's structured, there's no external accountability from an
This guy sucks. His whole entire argument is modern super churches are incompatible with the gospel because of the super church problem, and it's tied to the government. You're like, what? That's it? That's the reason why they're not true churches?
exterior source to hold the institution accountable. The government does not hold religious institutions to accountable. So what it means is we hold ourselves accountable. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard scripturally. Like, we can't hold, should we just sit around and be like, hey, Tucker, you and I, we've got $1 million sitting on this table. What should we do with it? Well, let's just hold each other accountable with what we're going to do with it. No, we need some outside pressure saying,
course.
hey, let's oversee what we're going to do and how we're going to steward those resources. And the best part about that million, or the ironic part, is it's not even yours and my resources. It's the donors who gave it to us. And so the system right now is just set up for failure.
Inflation makes
crackers expensive.
debt in general, but in this economy, most people have no choice at all. So don't go bankrupt, enslaving yourself to a lender. Average savings are about $800 a month, and it takes only 10 minutes. And you think it's uniquely bad in this country because of the nonprofit structure devised in 1913, same year as the income tax, I think, correct?
Same thing, same year as Jekyll Island and all.
Yeah, exactly. He just contradicted himself. He's like, oh, the power structure and the structure of the church and everything. What we need to do is we take the $1 million and we figure out some structural way to steward it. It's like, yeah, the thing that you just spent 25 minutes saying no to.
All sorts of interesting things.
And then you made reference to the 14-point checklist. Can you just fill us in on all of that, since I'm ignorant?
Yeah, so in 1913, the IRS carved out, or the government carved out, the nonprofit sector. It looked at all the community, helping the homeless, the needy, basically Matthew 25, which is who Christ told us to help. Flash forward to today, there's 1.9 million nonprofits. So it went from 12,000 organizations in 1913 to 1.9 million. And you have to ask, why the jump? And most arguments are, well, Nathan, population increase. Okay, let's turn the nonprofit sector. You get that designation from the IRS immediately. They don't corrupted over time, specific faith statement to itself. And then you have to meet once a month physically. And most churches already acted like that.
I really don't like this guy. Also, the Pharisees weren't the ones favored by the Judean government. It was the Sadducees and the Herodians. His argument falls apart. Well, he's not appealing to any history. He's just doing poetic interpretation. He's like, and you know what it meant on that cross? He's just missing the piano music from yesterday. And on that cross, he abolished all hierarchical authoritative structures, except for the Great Commission. It's like, what? He's talking about the death of Christ, and from his view, what it means. And he's the thousands that converted to what? What did they convert to?
What? And so, boom, you get the exemption. Well, what that does is it shoves all religion and faith into that simple box. And so Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, you name it, Scientology, they just play by the same rules now. And so if
they want the tax exemption, they have to behave.
If they want the tax exemption, but what does that do?
So that's not really separation of church and state. That's actually
there is no separation of the church and the state. Like it's a fiction.
Actually, the state constraining church.
Like in the original sense of it, the state doesn't declare itself some authorized church identity. And the whole entire point of that is that the state doesn't get to influence the church. Not that the church doesn't influence the state. The church can influence the state.
Church.
Correct. And you have to ask, like, why? Let's talk about, okay, we'll give everybody the...
Dude, I hate how, like, you guys probably think this about me because I have such good hair. But it's so organized. I mean, it's just so deliberate. It's like, I want the hair to be like, it's about to be in my eyes, but it somehow magically doesn't go in my eyes. It just stays sort of coiffed up, but doesn't fall down, but it should fall down. Kind of violates physics. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to teach theology on Tucky. He wants the government to tax the church and watch over what they do and their money. Sounds like a great idea. Let's leave it in the hands of the secularists, Stalin and Lenin, part 2. Yeah, he's kind of, the irony is he's arguing against power, but he wants to press down on what the churches are doing because these modern churches are taking advantage of the existing power. But Christ died to abolish any sort of power. It's like, what?
Benefit of the doubt. Why? What happens? What's the byproduct of that for you?
This guy owns how many? What's that? What is it? Orville? What's the famous fishing gear that's so expensive? Like a shirt is like $900. You're like, yeah, but I'm good at fishing.
18-point checklist. Every mosque looks like every Christian church. Looks like every Jewish synagogue. It's the same thing. The exterior might be looking a little different. Your message from the pulpit might be different, but structurally they're all the same. And what it does is it pulls all resources in a famine. And they'll say it's for what happens? What's the byproduct of that 14-point checklist? Every mosque looks like every Christian building. We need resource to do this. And it's just a natural conclusion to what happened in 1913 and then the 14-point checklist.
That's amazing.
It's amazing. I'm not pushing back on anything. It's mostly because I like your shirt.
So some of these churches have become very rich, it sounds like.
Very. Yeah, the LD, the Mormon Church, they're sitting at like $350 billion in net assets, billion with a B. They're the second largest private landowner in the U.S. now. They'll hit $1 trillion in market assets if they keep the market profits in the next 15 years.
Why? What's the point of any church having that much money?
Well, they'll say it's for a famine, and they'll say it's for the second coming.
Who cares? I mean, who cares what they say it's for? If the Mormons have the capacity to aggregate money and to extend their theology in the physical, what's the problem? I mean, I don't like it. Mormonism is false, but I don't understand the problem here. Yeah, they're just really effective at multiplying and buying up land and living in, unified interest communities. You know, we got to stop it.
That's literally their argument.
Yes.
And so you go, okay, I'll even give you that. Ready? So, and they use the story of Joseph and the famine in Egypt as an example.
Yep. They have the largest.
It's rampant.
Largest ranch in Florida.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're turning it into a city.
Deseret.
Yeah.
Aren't you against Patriarch Bar? I'm a lowly laity, dude. What am I gonna do? Who do you think I am?
Yeah, they want to build a I can't remember 133,000 acre city. Yeah, they're working on that right now.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. But so what they say is they point to Joseph. Well, Joseph only.
JB just listens and gives to the church, but walks past a homeless guy. No, I actually chose to live in a place where we don't have homeless people.
Stockpiled for 7 years.
Right.
The Mormon Church has stockpiled indefinitely. So they've reached something that the Widows' Mite report calls escape velocity. They make so much in the market in interest alone, they could fund the global LDS church just off a fraction of the interest.
Stop whining. What? The money. It just sounds like a whiny little leftist. Okay, people have money, okay? That's it?
And grow in perpetuity. They would never have to ask a dollar from any congregant again, but they still ask you for your money.
It's interesting that
Interestingly, why do you care so much about the Mormons? Seems like they're pretty effective. And obviously, the people, our congregants, are willing to give more and more because to them it's a worthwhile investment. So I mean, what do you want the government to crack down and say you can't take any more from the people who are willing to give?
they point to Joseph. I mean, it's a wonderful, amazing story. I mean, it's a huge chunk of Genesis, right?
Yeah.
And a great, great story. But it's kind of the
Thanks, Big John Steele.
opposite of the way Jesus commanded his own disciples. He sends them out with nothing.
Correct.
With no preparation whatsoever, no food, no arms, no extra sandals, no extra clothes. He doesn't even send them with talking points. He doesn't tell them what to say.
Well, and can I ask you, why do you think he sent them out with nothing?
So they would rely on God. He says, when you're hauled into court, don't think about what you're going to say. The Holy Spirit will speak for you. Just open your mouth and start talking.
Amen. And so they would rely on the generosity of others.
Yes, and of God.
Yeah.
Like, put yourself out there, and God comes to the rescue. Display weakness.
I don't understand. They just contradicted themselves again. The Mormon Church is relying on the generosity of others. Like, Mormonism is completely trash, the theology. But like, these guys keep going back and forth with their stances. They criticize Mormonism for relying on the generosity of others in donations, but that's bad. But Christ sent his disciples out with nothing to rely on the good nature of man. Good. Which is it, guys?
And God will become your strength. So he's like telling very explicitly people not to
It's agonizing. It is. This guy.
prepare.
Where did this guy come from, by the way? What is he, a Lex Freeman? What did he do, the Lex Freeman tour?
For that eventuality. I mean, all of us disobey it.
I should have time coded the communism part because it must be coming up because that's the whole point of
I
this.
certainly do. But I hope I'm not sounding self-righteous, but
Or
like that's
socialism.
not the message of the Gospels that I can tell.
What does Vagine have to say? I mean, her society crumbling.
Pastor Punjabi gave me a pay raise. We will soon be throwing poo at each other, blessed by Nala Ray's ministry.
I agree. So what have we built? We've built corporations labeled with Jesus on them. We've built products labeled with Jesus. We've built energy drinks labeled with Jesus. We're selling Jesus. In man, does he talk about selling his name and his Father's name?
He does.
Yeah.
Explain.
Well,
Explain. I just joined a few minutes ago. I'm legitimately cannot tell what their stance is. I don't even know. Tucky doesn't even care anymore. He's just like, I'm just going to be a good interviewer and just not push back on too many things. Just kind of ask him to tell me stuff.
there's a story, and it's right before they want to kill him. He walks into the temple, and he starts flipping tables over, and he has this whip, and he's whipping people. Like,
Is that the use of power?
whipping people. And he goes, "You've turned my Father's house into a robber's den." And the place of worship where you're supposed to worship Jehovah, my Father, you've turned
What? What is he saying? Can anyone guess what this guy is?
this house into
He keeps saying Jehovah, my
a robber's
Father.
den. You're making money in my Father's name. And what are we doing? We've turned the entire religious structure in America, Christian structure, into a money-making endeavor. Even well-intentioned denominations, they have to accept money to keep the machine moving. It's a hungry machine financially. And so
Wait, can anything exist without resources? I don't understand. What's your point? If money is just the extension of existing labor or products in a form that could trade with other labor and products, it doesn't go away if you get rid of money, dude. This guy is such a mimbo. Okay, let's get rid of money if money's the problem. Does a church need operating labor and costs? Does it still need offered labor? Even if it's not money, you're going to rely on the labor of others, right? Even if it's a volunteer system, you still need it.
I believe the model's totally backwards.
He's a fly fisherman. Yeah, he went fly fishing and he just thought about this stuff. And he was just like, you know what? I should go on Tucker Carlson.
Americans are good at, well, all humans are good at building, but Americans are really good at building. And we've just built things to the point where they've corrupted. And the
Wait, what? This guy's he's such a ditz, dude. This is like a nightmare. It'd be like a nightmare if I woke up and this was filmed and it was me. And this is all documented. It's like this is so much worse than forgetting the 3 branches of government. It's like things are built and they're just built so big. It's like we built ourselves. It's like when things are built really well, it's like they're so good. Wait a second, where was I? I wrote it on a napkin like when I woke up this morning. Anyway, what were you saying?
Casualty of that is the true body of Christ is now chained to the pews of the institution.
Wow, you're so poetic.
Because
like it's chained to the pews of the institution.
They have to be.
Yes.
Game caller. Yeah, we already know. He thinks he's his own pope. Yep. Thank you, Olaf. I know. That's so deep. I love poetry. When did you actually get into poetry? Do you write a lot? Do you have a leather-bound book? Do you have your own handmade pen? Do you have one of those expensive pens?
Yeah, I grew up in a church like that. A church that built buildings that were so beautiful that you could not go to them even when they became pagan.
Yeah.
What? Tucky, dude. Tucky. Now, Theo Vaughn didn't lose his mind, but you maybe did.
It's like,
I love it.
Such a beautiful church. I mean, there aren't many of those left in the United States, but.
Wait, is it a criticism or not, dude? You guys are like, are you on ketamine or something? Both of you. Oh, yeah, they're so beautiful that they're corrupt. I mean, there's too much beauty. It's not cool. You should spend more of that money on non-beautiful things. We shouldn't make Christ's church beautiful. By the way, we ran out of beautiful churches, which is a shame. But also, I'm criticizing them being beautiful.
But the Episcopal Church built the prettiest buildings probably in the whole country.
I love cathedrals. I travel a lot, and my favorite thing are cathedrals. But, during the Protestant Reformation, they burned most of them down. They broke the stained glass. They were overbuilding things because when Christ came,
they were overbuilding things. This guy has no idea what he's saying. Like the Protestant Reformation came in because they were beautiful churches, but the Protestants, burned them down. But they were beautiful, and so wait a second, do I like them or not? Yes, I like them. Protestants burned them down because they were overbuilding. They were over-beautifying.
He goes, "You are the temple."
What? Temple. Why do you think they call you? What do you been listening to Owen Benjamin? You are the temple, bro. That's why they call it. Oh, I got hit in the temple. The temple means your temple, bro. How is this not? How is this not ordered?
I just get so mad.
How is this real?
I just get so mad.
It's like a bunch of stoners, dude. Yeah, it is all overbuilding. I mean, I like them. Yeah, the Catholics were building just beautiful churches, and I love them, but they were overly beautiful.
Caller, make me bishop. I want to have curry instead of coffee at our concert services.
the Holy Spirit dwells in you. There's no more physical temple.
There we go. Here's Game Caller's approach. Dude, this is you, Game Caller. Look, there's no more physical dwelling of a church, right? It's just, it's in you. It's just in you. There's nothing. It's all in you. There's no authority. There's no teaching. There's no carrying forth the holy tradition. It's just in you. You just feel it, and you feel it, and you feel it. It's in you. It's in the rocks. It's in the trees. It's in the birdies. It's in the Easter eggs.
Right.
And
Right, yeah. Yeah, I push back against nothing. I'm an old granny. My feet hurt. I just want this to be over. I think I have a hemorrhoid.
so what are we building? We're building physical temples. And the LDS side of things is fascinating too in regards to
This guy's all over the place. He's one of these guys who just says a bunch of things, and he's lucky to be in front of Tucky, who pushes back on none. He just, yeah, right, yeah. And then he moves on to another thing. Oh, the temple's in you. Oh, everything's in you. The church is inside your chest, bro. But then we're building temples. Oh, by the way, the Mormons are doing this. 7 billion churches. Nice. Bro.
the temples they love to build. And you have to ask why they want to build those temples. And that just goes into the history of Joseph Smith and Mormonism.
No, it goes also into the history of Freemasonry too. But sure.
But
This guy's a schizo, dude.
I tip my hat to the Mormon church in regards to you figured out the cheat code. Like in any video game, you figured the cheat code out in the religious.
I don't even know who this is. I have no idea why he's promoted, who he is, where he came from.
Exemption side of things. Because the only reason why they got rolled and busted by the SEC is they had so much money invested and they weren't filing what's called a 13F. So when you have $100 million invested in the market, you have to fill out an informational 13F.
This is what's happening. This is a sector of people who talking heads like myself. There's a sector of talking heads who just kind of know stuff. Maybe they specialize about knowing some stuff about some things. And then they bring it out in conversation. They'll say things like, there's a thing called the 13F that people fill out. And this is a thing, bro. You fill out the thing, and then, through the state, they're able to identify the status of your organization. Okay? And everyone's like, whoa. That's amazing. Tell me about the 13F thing. I didn't even know it's so mysterious.
Which is just an informational filing saying, hey, here's my stock, here's our stock portfolio, because you could technically sway the market.
Of course, yeah.
And they have billions, tens of billions invested in the market.
Whoa. Oh, whoa. People invest money that they have. So here's what I figured out, Tucky. And I did a couple talks on this. Supposed to be slotted for a TED Talk soon. I looked into it. There are people who have money, and instead of having the money just sit there and lose its value, there's this filing report that they put out, which allows them the status to invest the money. So, and people need to know about this. People need to know. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm waking up the world. Because people need to know that people who have money, instead of letting the money rot away and plateau or decrease in its value, they actually put it into other things. Did you know that, Tucky? Gosh, actually, my mind is blown. We got to stop this. I feel like this is an episode of Scooby-Doo. It's like, we know which one you are, but am I a dog? I always wanted to be a dog. It's for a day.
Do we know where? Can you know where?
Can you know where people invest their money that they can invest in? Do we know where it's invested in? Do we know where everyone's investing their money? I mean, we should probably know.
Yeah, you can they fill out the forms now.
Yeah, they fill out the forms and you can see where they're investing. I'm a journalist.
And so they're heavily invested in pharmaceuticals. They're heavily invested in machinery of war. So the LDS
Actually?
Yeah. The LDS Church profits from war and from COVID. You know, they
Is that true?
Yeah.
How from COVID?
Scooby-Doo.
They are heavily invested in Pfizer and Moderna and all the vaccine companies.
That's amazing.
That's verified.
Verified. Yeah, verified on their 13Fs.
So when the government under Biden, very liberal,
Okay, this is Nathan Apfel. Ugh. Emmy award-winning document. Of course he is. Of course he is. Nailed it, bro. Nailed it. Thank you. Thank you, Suzanne. I'm glad. I'm glad someone's laughing at this while I'm crying inside.
In Mormon, you would think government starts commanding the population to take the vaccine. How does...
That's weird he didn't do a documentary on the Jews.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
You know? What happened to that one? Yeah, dude. They like consolidate in their own, right? With their own. They find their own. And then they figure out ways to sort of manipulate their status through legislative, economic, and banking, also journalistic and academic and entertainment. And what they do is they exploit the crap out of it through their own in-group sort of aggregate, you know? And I just wanted to do a documentary on the Mormons.
Does the Mormon hierarchy respond to that?
They put out a marketing video saying you should get the jab. You should get the vaccine.
Actually?
Yeah. And the prophet, I think it's extremely antithetical to what they believe. But their argument is, Nathan, we're just following the status quo of the market. Whatever the index is, we just invest in.
So get this. This is interesting because the background, which they'll get to, is the background is capitalism bad. Now, capitalism could be bad if you don't have a governing body, but they're also arguing the first part of this entire talk, if you want to call it that, is against like this invasive governing body. So they're like libertarian in their rhetoric. And then when it gets down to the problem, they're like, this is terrible. It's just like, dude, it's just soggy breadcrumbs. Sad that they overbuilt beautiful churches that we don't have anymore. I miss in love. I wish we still had them. Anyway, come to our service. Our church is in the industrial park of the shipyard. Yeah. It's just absurd. It's worse, dude. He's like, we don't even need a place to congregate. That's beautiful. That's built with the intention, purpose, and function of worshiping God. Oh no, because beautification is just like excessive spending.
They don't care about what they're invested in.
Oh no, I don't actually like what people are investing in. What's the critique here? People, whether individuals or groups of people, invest in things that I don't like. Great work. Wow, you are amazing. Did anyone ever tell you are just like a mind-blowing private investigator? I mean, what's the documentary name? I learned what people invest in. Is there going to be a sequel? I love sequels. Like what people invest in part 2.
Then they've said that?
Mm-hmm. That's their
I just want to be clear. I like a lot of Mormons, just like I like a lot.
I like a lot of. Let me be very clear.
Oh no, let me just backpedal on everything. Let me be very clear. Everything you guys are doing as Mormons that I am currently against and skeptical of, it's nothing against you who, as individually, collectively make up the church that I'm arguing against. I just want to be clear.
Here, Tucker, there are so many good Christians, Mormons, like
Mormons aren't Christians, dude.
People are awesome.
Guys, seriously, no. People are awesome. Guys, look, we got to really highlight these people who are doing this shady stuff with money. But listen, no. No, listen. People are awesome, bro. Are they? Guy, I don't want you to not like me. This guy's such a wuss, dude. This guy's standing on just sand. You could just smell it. He's just on sand. And I'm not just talking about he's at the beach, that's probably also true. His whole view is just on sand. He doesn't know where to stand. He doesn't know what to push against. He's just like running with it. He did a documentary. It picked up some steam, apparently. Now he's doing this, and he thinks he's got to be a voice now. No, guys. It's insanity. Like, I feel insane watching it. It's like, that's how crazy it is to track. It's like, no, seriously, no. Let me be very clear here. Quicksand.
At the Moib Theatre, in the old strip mall. Don't mind the sticky floor.
2 more, 30 seconds. You guys can do it. 2 more, 30 seconds. I'm going to donate it all to the Mormon Church. They promised me some land. 1 more. I'm going to invest it. I'm going to buy this guy's documentary and recut it. That would be funny. If you had FU money, you just buy the rights and you literally recut. You clear the market of every other version of the thing and you recut stuff. Like classic films like The Terminator. And you make it a musical. That's bad. That's what I'm going to do. With your... Are you tired of Mormons collectivizing their interests and using their money to invest in things that they value? Tired of all these other groups that have some sort of unifying, cohesive position, dominating the world, dominating real estate, dominating businesses, capitalizing on all sorts of stuff? Well, here at the Church of Jesus Christ that has no bishops or any church authority, I promise you, with a couple of donations, just 2 installments of $24.99 and 99 cents, I will put your money to good use to push up against collective thinking, collective work towards something that they deem good. I want to maintain a fractioned, individualistic, atomized society where nobody could cohere, nobody can join forces and make anything happen, including you. And with just an extra donation of $24.99 and 99 cents, you too can include a friend or a family to your plan and make sure they maintain separation from you and society as well. Because collectivizing under one umbrella of value is not American or Christian.
Institutions are what I can't stand because they corrupt. So it's how do we bring accountability and reform into institutions, whether that be religious institutions or government institutions. There has to be accountability, transparency and accountability in that.
Yeah, you need an institution for that. It's like the anarchist is like, we need to make it so that nobody can acquire power. Nobody can self-proclaim themselves to be the government. We got to make sure that never happens. Yeah? What body is going to make sure that doesn't happen? Well, we got to band together, get some guns, and say, this is how this is operating. Oh, you mean a government? Well, no, it's an anti-government government. This guy wants the same thing, right? This is so lame. This is like, You know what this feels like, you guys? Remember Coney 2012? This feels like that. Sorry, I'm working. Thanks for making a mundane hilarious. You're welcome. That's what I do. Give me what you're selling, yeah.
Right. No, it's totally right. I mean, you run into, the longer you live and the more you travel and the more people you meet, you'll run into people in institutions that you revile that are just obviously evil. CIA, FBI, IRS, who are just great people. And you're like, wow, I feel sorry for you. But it's also just important to make the distinction between individuals in whatever institution they're serving.
100%. I love people.
Yeah, I do too.
I love people.
I do too. So Franklin Graham, how much money has Samaritan's Purse
It's the
amassed?
worst, dude. It's the worst. I mean, what is this?
Basically a negative state.
Yeah, a negative state. A non-authority that governs and watches over authorities.
Franklin, Billy's son. So
I want to get to the social.
Samaritan's Purse does great work. They're giving, looking at the carrot, saying we're doing good work as the nonprofit itself. Good fundraiser.
Company land. They say that because
Space, and then their congregations do sometimes push back.
important. He's got a plane.
Conversation earlier.
Which doesn't suffer.
We're going. We're in the part. But here's my kicker. Their 990s show
Together. But can I ask, where is there to drive?
there's nowhere to drive the rest of the operation. Something. So cooks, everybody are spaces in Alaska. All
Come on.
I've gotten to worship in tin roofs in the back rivers of Honduras, in the favelas in Brazil,
Yeah.
like the most beautiful things. And that's what really started the religion business for me. Is these people would never ask for money. They wouldn't have coffee and donuts. They were huddled under a tin roof as the rain was pouring down. There was no instruments. Most of the time they were just singing a cappella, and someone would pull out a little Bible and read some scriptures. And I believe God just filled those rooms.
I believe that.
And then
It's possible.
I'd come back to the mega churches that I would go to, and I'd walk in and I'd be like, oh, it's just the fog machines filling the room for sure. But it was just performance. And so that really made me rethink what is a church.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what's the conclusion? Anybody? What's the conclusion? You're the church. Anywhere you go and have an experience, you're the church, apparently.
I mean, especially since Jesus is pretty tough on the rich and on money. And it's a challenge to any of us, who have excess money. It's like, what is he saying?
Well, money is the root of all evil, right?
Well, that's
No. Tucky, you suck, dude. You're a disaster. This is actually pissing me off.
And so that really made me rethink what is a church.
Lord, have mercy on me. Give me patience. Give me patience.
Yeah, I mean, especially since Jesus is pretty tough on the rich and on money. And it's a challenge to any of us, who have excess money. It's like,
It's not even true. For the people where greed and money is their thing, is their weakness, he gives the challenges to them. For the people who have different weaknesses and proclivities, he gives those particular challenges to them. He wasn't like, ugh, look at those coins. Ugh. He had a real aversion to like that sound, even the sound of the jingling in the pockets. Just a icky. What? Oh my God. Nice to see you, Father. Big fan. I tell everyone to read not just this book, Game Caller, great book. But also, God is a Man of War was very eye-opening insofar as what divine justice is. And even having some inclination or sort of background knowledge of like, well, it's not what we always thought it was, but what is it? That book, I did the audio book of that one. It was fantastic. So someone should, if you guys are interested, definitely read both of those. But yeah, that's quite the heater he came in with. The organization will know what to do with this. The organization. The anti-organization organization.
What is he saying?
Well, money is the root of all evil, right?
Well, that's what it's the love of money, yes.
Love.
Oh, at least he
That has
corrected it.
detrimental effects
At least he
on
corrected it.
Christianity.
Well, how about
It's just
Wait.
the fog machines fill in the room for humanity. I would say
I've
that.
enjoyed it.
You've
Yeah,
enjoyed it. Yeah, so we enjoy it. I love America. You love America.
I do.
Capitalism should not be anywhere near Christianity.
I don't know about that. I just don't know what he could possibly... I don't know where he could go from here. Like, the term capitalism, if you look back at like the Byzantine Empire, the best you can sort of like categorize as like some sort of like mixed economy. And there's like trade and there's this and that, and people have skills and they're valued for their skills and they make goods and do things, and there's some exchange happening or whatever. But like to say that empire, like if you said like, oh, here's a Christian system, and be like, oh, it's just, you got to get it away from us. It's like, what are you referring to then? What is this system you're referring to? That's what I want to know, because he's saying what's not it. He's saying that's not the church. This isn't the church. My chest is the church. I went to a tent and that was the church. There's no church. Now he's saying there's no system. Like, is this an anarchist? Is this someone who's not going to posit what the system is, but just state what it's not and just keep going with that? Like, is that what he's going to do? And notice this conversation, and I mean, it's amazing that we were able to even make it this much through it. I mean, usually we can do quite well, but this was tough for me, and I've got the calluses for this. This is rough.
You think?
You think? It's like. I mean, how could Christianity even exist with capitalism? How could it even? How do you think? What do you mean you think? Why is he agreeing with everything? I don't understand this. I'm just like, I'm really confused, because Tucky, up to some point, he seems to be pretty good on his toes, being like, well, hold on a second. What do you mean by that? He's just kind of like going, yeah, I'm buying your cookies. You're like a Girl Scout and I'm buying all your cookies. Like, I don't even like Girl Scout cookies, but I'm eating them all. I have no problem eating them all. I don't even like peanut butter. He just keeps granting him everything. Like, you think? What? What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't understand. Someone make it make sense for me. When they talk about capitalism, are they just talking about replacing the raw trade of goods and services with money as a universal currency? Yeah, I'm not sure. That's like, I'm trying to be charitable, because you just say the word capitalism, you're not sure what they refer to. Now, if capitalism is merely the unbridled free market exchange of anything offered, of course Christianity would have to come in and say, no, we're not selling a doll that size to you. We're not selling you a simulation of a dead person at all. I don't care. Okay? That's not happening. So even if you go back, like I mentioned, the Byzantine Empire, there's a lot of intervention insofar as what can happen. But so, yeah, you can't have capitalism in the Ben Shapiro sense. Well, I don't actually agree with all of this stuff. It's disgusting what's being sold. I mean, the fact that women, 10% of all women between 18 and 35 have an OnlyFans account, including potentially my own sister. Well, I don't actually know. I mean, that's disgusting. But I would never violate their freedom to degrade society. I would never, because the highest value of existence is pure liberty. PureLiberty.com. Buy my bed sheets. It's like, that's not really. The highest value is protecting the thing that degrades your existence. That's the highest value. Does that make any sense? Maybe from that perspective, you can critique capitalism just as it is with no guiding principles. Sure. But I don't think this guy is doing that.
Christianity is more, and I don't like the word socialist with the weight it carries, but Christianity is socialism at its core.
Non-authoritarian.
What? That doesn't even make sense. Socialism would necessarily need at some point to be authoritarian. Socialism, how are they defining these things? I defined it at the beginning, the general view of socialism, at least in the Marx sense, is like some reaction to the disparity produced as outcomes from a capitalist society. The fact that you can charge or pay for labor and then charge more for the thing that's produced or something like this. But the idea of like people owning the means of production, if everyone owns everything, no one owns anything. If everyone owns everything, the hierarchy of who dictates what's going to happen with everything is gone. So you can't do anything, right? There's nothing to do. Because in order for a system to operate, it necessarily splinters into some hierarchy. The first thing you do on a stranded island with people is establish hierarchy if you want to survive. Now, you can hedge your bets on the wrong leader and die, of course. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's the thing you do. Like, you systematically do that. You don't go, okay, we're all equals and there's no leaders and nobody can tell anyone else what to do. And so should we just sit here and wait? Like, no. Same thing with this. You can't have like this operating system without these hierarchical positions. It's really frustrating to listen to. Why do these people conflate systems of exchange with the moral underpinning guiding the system? Yes. Yeah, that's exactly a great way to put it, Jaw. They're conflating the two. It's
the marker to build social capital. You look at that early Church of Acts and it transformed Rome within a couple hundred years, the greatest superpower of its time, to where Constantine.
Speaking of, if Father Stephen DeYoung is still here, I feel like he could do an excellent stream on this. Of like, why is it that people, especially leftists, end up doing this? They don't believe in anything Christian, but then they'll appeal to Christianity and be like, if you were really Christian, you'd be a socialist and you do this and this. And then they cherry pick some instances in the Bible where they're like, see, they gave stuff to people in need. See? And they always have wide eyes like this. Always like this. I asked someone this. I asked Neil, Gnostic informant, this on Twitter. How can you have charity if you're paid? Yeah, what is charity? What is tithing? Oh, tithe. We already have. It's like you wouldn't even need that. Everything would be in circulation. You wouldn't need the act of giving. There's no act of giving. What's giving? What's the act of giving? No, in this system, this guy is proposing. There's already an even distribution. If you've reached whatever your utopian vision of the equilibrium of all distributed assets and resources, it would be like a fountain that was always perfectly running. You wouldn't need the act itself. Oh, I have something, I will give it. That wouldn't even exist.
He was like, I'm a Christian hanging out with these dudes. They had no money, they had no buildings, but somehow the love of their neighbor transformed the greatest superpower of its time. That's dangerous. And
It
today,
needs to be constrained, right?
today it's just we've let capitalism and Carl Truman, he's a Reformation thought expert, brilliant guy from England. He calls it the rugged American individualistic experience. And he goes, that has detrimental effects on Christianity.
Well, how about greed?
This guy is so contradictory. Okay. The rugged individual view, this enlightenment view that you're just this rational individual man, Ayn Rand, you pursue your best interest. The best thing, the most moral thing you do is pursue your own desires. Sound good? Okay, lady. Okay, Rosenbaum. Oh, the greatest moral pursuit is your own desires that you dream in your mind and your soul. And you pursue those. Okay, psychopath. So this guy's arguing against the collective power of like a church, an organized church with some power structure, with some authority structure. He's arguing against that, but now he's like, rugged individualism. Oh man, the effects of rugged individualism, and this capitalistic conveyor belt that's giving us endless, quick fixes to our vices, to our fleshly, our needs, right, or desires. Okay, that's a decent critique from a Christian position, looking at it and go, yeah, we're up against the world, giving us the world on a conveyor belt. How do you battle that? Well, this guy's like, it's not the church. It's not going to church and healing your soul at the spiritual hospital. It's not theosis. It's not denying yourself through the holy traditions, sacraments, and fasting. No. It's not what's required of you as a Christian. No. It's none of that stuff. And then they're back to the world again. He's right back to the world again. And Tucky's just fallen. I didn't know Tucky, honestly. I'm a little disappointed because I thought Tucky was at least in and around Orthodox people enough off screen to kind of go, there's a little more going on here that I have to talk about. But he's not bringing any of it up. So does he not know? Is he just given up? Does he not care anymore? Pray for Tucky.
I mean, it just looks like greed to me. But
yeah.
So let me ask about
Ayn Rand.
I never paid any attention to any of this stuff ever. I just didn't ever encounter it at all because America is like a collection of cultures that don't sort of meet each other very much. But the only reason I became aware of any of this is because of its effect on foreign policy, which I have followed closely for a long time. So all of a sudden you see these preachers endorsing violence.
Yes, exactly.
And my understanding of the gospel, it's like Jesus does not command anyone to go kill anybody else, like just the opposite. So I'm like, what is this? So you press a little bit and you find that they're serving this theology or ideology or demonic influence.
We've earned a galigity. Facts. Jesus is the infallible authority of Christians. He created hell for those who reject him, but Christianity isn't authoritarian. They hear authoritarian and think a little mustache. Well, that's the problem. It's like this term authoritarian. Any ordered society, on baseball cards, there's like the little graph of like how fast someone is or this. Any ordered society will have some of the bar filled insofar as authority is concerned. Like it can't have none or else it's not ordered. So, there's little dials and you're like, this much authority, right? But there's never an ordered society where that one's blank. So yeah, you're right. They like hear these terms and a lot to blame is like the right wing that we've been dealing with, that some of us have been a part of in previous eras, sort of libertarian leading classical liberals. Dennis Prager, Tapussa, you name it. They're all like liberty above all, Constitution above all, right? Rights above all, rights and then duties. Let's get our rights, and then we'll talk about duties. Let's, and they've trained people oppositional to leftism to be opposed to leftism merely because of their tendency for authority, as opposed to, no, it's actually their metaphysics and ethical paradigm. It's that there's nothing good that they're producing. They don't have a paradigm for what good even is. They don't have any sort of a deontology. They have no cohesion. They're lost in the wind. They're trends. But then the right wing goes, yeah, that's right. And we're not like them. And we're like, we ask, well, what's like them? What do they do? Well, they use the government to convey their ethics into law. We don't do that on the right. And then you go home after fighting with some leftists and you think you own them in a debate. And then you ask, why is the country completely decaying? Why are the laws so inconsistent with Christian ethics? Well, because you left leftists and relativists and near beastly goblins, pray for their souls, to inform law. And now you get Timmy turning into Tammy. And you're like, well, how did this happen? Well, because you preserve liberty above decency. You worshipped liberty, dude. That's what happened. At least that's my opinion. Who's on the list spoke Galigity?
I mean, I don't know what it is, but this conflation of the nation, modern nation state, secular nation state of Israel with biblical Israel, whatever that was.
Yeah.
You find this thing called Christian Zionism. And I still don't understand it. It's not Christianity.
Nope.
But what is it? Where does it come from? And is it as widespread among the leaders of these institutions as it seems to be? Let's start last question first. They all seem to be, the people you're talking about all seem to be Christian Zionists.
Yeah, I would argue it's dispensationalism.
Okay.
Is the bedrock of it, right? Like, so I feel like Zionist, anti-Semite, all these hot button words are just thrown around.
That's for sure.
So yeah, dispensation.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic
I don't care what
remarks.
anybody calls me. Like, I'm going to reach, and I have, my business partner and I have something for you. Because I'm going to go back to this right now. This is a preacher's Bible from 1668.
I already have that, but I'll take it. That's my second one. I won that on an eBay exchange. It's a hot eBay exchange. I actually ended up messaging the person who was challenging me, and I told him who I was, and he kindly backed out of the auction. That's how much power I have.
Wow.
So preachers, this is what a preacher carried around.
Wow. Why'd you only go back to the 1600s, bro? That's a wig. I used to have hair like yours. I would be embarrassing. I don't have your youthful looks anymore, but I once did. I actually have pictures.
And a good friend of mine is
One time I went on a field trip with my dad to the CIA, the zoo. I specifically remember having so much hair.
of the biggest Bible collectors in the world. So 1668 right on the spine there. And
Thank you so much.
this is what you and I are going to reference for the next, for this time to understand dispensationalism, Zionism,
amazing.
anti-Semitism.
Oh, okay. He's giving him a dispensationalist Bible, like a Schofield Bible?
Yeah, printed in 1668. And
It's amazing in England.
yep, in England. And yeah, I just figured it's whenever anybody starts talking about subjects like this, I will always refer to the scriptures.
Oh boy, here we go. Hey, funny enough, they referred to the scriptures to come up with dispensationalism. You know what? When I see a complete perversion, incoherent exegesis of Scripture, You know what I do? Open my Bible up right there on the spot, and I spew out my own interpretation. The irony, yeah, seriously.
What is capitalism? Doesn't every system, regardless how communist, use and exchange capital? I think these people are just broken to see or admit that what they are criticizing is greed.
Yeah, good catch. He did say 1600s, right? Yeah, so you get this, okay? This comes up in my stream a lot, right? When we get to like normative authority. The guy's like, yeah, there's a big problem, you know, Zionism, all this perversion of dispensationalism. You know what I do to combat bad interpretations? I just open that Bible and I just interpret it so hard until I come up with something that battles the other one, right? That's what I do. Yeah, he's very proud of his 1600s Bible. That's the source because it's so old. You know, he's got this like sort of like romance about old stuff. He mentioned earlier, they weren't doing this 200 years ago. And I was like, why'd you pick 200 years? Why didn't you go back 2,000 years? Why 200? What's going on? And this old Bible, it sort of lends it, some visual authority in a sense, you know? Oh, this is the real deal. It's like finding an old guitar. Oh, this is a Martin from, early 1900. This is the real stuff, dude. He's kind of doing that. He's doing antique stuff. He's doing the antique card.
For truth, nothing else.
Nothing else. Listen to that. Listen to that statement. Listen to this statement. Now this is the part where I have to like push down my rage because his entire argument, the entire talk is about Christians who call themselves Christians, the Paula Whites, right? All of these people taking advantage of people, assigning themselves authority positions, seats of authority, bishops, some of them even calling themselves real life apostles and prophets. And they gain all this money and they sell all the merch and they do all the things. And this guy's like, I've had enough. And he doesn't understand that he concludes, after all of it, this is what he concludes with.
One of the biggest Bible collectors in the world.
It's incredible.
Just the scripture. So that's for... And
it's amazing in England.
Yep, in England.
Whoa! Holy cow!
Instead of the degeneracy of virtual reality, the authority of the Orthodox Church could use VR for things like disassembling and reassembling a 1986 Toyota 4Runner motor. Also just got your sticker pack and it's so beautiful. Call me hand emoji.
Palm hand emoji.
And
thank you so much. Very generous tip, Vagine. I will pray for your family members. You could have probably installed a whole plumbing system in India with that one.
Yeah, I just figured it's whenever anybody starts talking about subjects like this, I will always refer to the scriptures for truth, nothing else. Not popular belief, not opinion.
It's incredible.
Just the scripture.
Not the church fathers, not the history of the church, not the councils. That's amazing. I mean, your Bible's so old and so cool. So you won't actually appeal. So you'll appeal to yourself. That's what you're saying. It's like that's kind of what I do, to be honest. Like, when I'm alone, it's like I know some Orthodox people, I know some Catholic people, but it's like me and my Bible. Me and my Bible. Now, Game Caller, because you're here and you're very much represented here in this talk, and we love you. But the thing is, when someone says what I do is I appeal to my Bible, what you're really saying in code, and it's not even that good of a code, is you're appealing to yourself. That's what you say. You're just not willing to say it. Listen again. They just never say it. I wish they would just say it. Now, next time when you hear this, hear it in your ear instead of saying he says Bible. Listen and pretend he says me. It'll sound exactly the same.
and dispensationalism, Zionism,
amazing.
anti-Semitism. Printed in 1668. And
It's amazing in England.
Yep, in England. And yeah, I just figured it's whenever anybody starts talking about subjects like this, I will always refer to the scriptures for truth, nothing else. Not popular belief, not opinion.
It's incredible.
Just the scriptures. So that's for you.
You mean just you? That's what you mean. Yeah, you know who else says that? Unitarians say that. Joseph Smith said that. Gnostics say that. Heretics say that. They all say that. You don't appeal to yourself? Well, if you say, I just appeal to... I'm saying, it's a conditional statement. If you say, all I do is appeal to scriptures, that's what I appeal to. It's the ultimate authority. Sola scriptura. What you're saying, what I said, if you say that, you're just saying you appeal to yourself. You're the bishop. You're the interpreter. You're the revelator. There's no history needed. It's all right there on your bookshelf. You're the church.
From Chris and I.
Well, that is so kind. Thank you. I love that.
Yeah.
I'll let you
I love that.
read it.
Yeah, it's a good one. So it's a good book, guys. Whether you see it as a history book or the Word of God, it's a great book. Dispensationalism is a very new thing. It's only a couple hundred years old. A guy named Darby kind of spun it up. The Schofield Reference Bible had it in its margin notes. And so it's the idea that the world is broken into dispensations or periods. And so Darby had this idea that Israel,
Use crayons.
the 12 tribes which came from Abraham, are different from the body of Christ that Christ talks about in the Gospels and that Paul pushes for and really closes down in the epistles. And so...
and guess what? Paul or no one else, including the church fathers, said the church is just in your heart, and that all you need is the feeling that the church is you, and it's like a self-declarative statement, and there's nothing out there. It's an invisible, non-existent, ethereal thing. No. If you're going to appeal to the Bible, like I said to Game Caller, I'll bring up the list again, you're going to also, as a consequence, appeal to this glorious list, going all the way back to 37, St. Peter, going all the way down to the present. Well, this is at 2012, so this continues, obviously. So when you do that, when these people that you appeal to and you reject at the same time. And what I mean is you hold the Bible, that you appeal to them. When you read the Bible, you say no to them. When they say the church is Episcopal and where the bishop is the church, you go, no, I'm the bishop. Okay, so why do you trust the Bible then? Because of the Bible tree. Everyone knows the Bible grew on a Bible tree.
Dispensationalism is Israel. The tribe of Israel is set apart from the body of Christ. And part of that is this idea of reclaiming the promised land, the physical promised land.
Where does that,
Yeah, you'll riot. Yeah.
Paul, who wrote the majority of the New Testament, who was a Jew, was a Pharisee, a persecutor of the church, and then met Jesus, he goes out of his way to say that the opposite of that.
Romans, he destroys that argument. Like he levels dispensationalism with a sledgehammer in Romans. Hebrews,
he also affirms and has a sledgehammer against your view, though. So it's like, look, dude, if you're going to appeal to any of these people, I'm going to ask you, if you want to do sola scriptura, okay, fine. I wish Tucky would ask these questions. I'm always upset with this kind of, but it's easy for me. I'm in the stands, heckling down. I'm holding a pretzel and a beer. Beer. If he just said, like, I have a question for you. I mean, in Thessalonians, it says, hold steadfast to the traditions I gave you, both written and spoken. It's like, what are those traditions? Are those knowable traditions? I mean, what are the gifts? I mean, they mention the gifts. Have you ever read the Didache? I mean, you said you appeal to the Bible only, but have you read this little guy? I mean, fascinating. No, I just appeal to old Bibles I find on, when I come, you know what I do? I like to, when I do traveling, I have a Volkswagen Thing. Do you know what that is? You're probably not surprised. I have a Volkswagen Thing.
In India, we developed an app that finds the most popular poop hangouts. I'm sure we could develop an app for you that refers to Protestants as retards.
Yes, thank you. Eli says for $5 buckaroos, audience note to Jim Bob Posh Dyer stream on dispensationalism. Yes, it's a good one. You can search that. Jay has it up. I think I have it up somewhere. It's a good one. And that was like fun learning for me. That was going and having pretty much not any in-depth knowledge of it myself. So you get to watch me learn. What was I saying? Oh yeah, he pulls over on the highway with his Volkswagen Thing. I like to go to old antique shops. You know, it's not any Bible. Specifically the old ones that have that smell. You know that smell. Smell that makes you miss your grandma. That's the one.
Same exact thing. Galatians hits on it too.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, and so it goes back to this idea when we don't see the scriptures, and this is what I want to encourage everybody out there, Christians, atheists, agnostics, I don't care. Like, it's the greatest history book of humanity. We can see it as that. And you have to see it as one story. It's not 66 different stories for the...
Where'd you get 66, bucko?
66 book canon. It is one story. What? When we dive into this book and start cherry picking...
Wait. I thought you didn't appeal to anything other than the Bible. That's weird. Huh. A canon? Huh. That's interesting. No Galiggity. No Galiggity.
Horat kliklingsham from Hakridi helium of dear Crucicilio Bocavratanga and Nelly of the brother Galiggity.
Interesting. So you notice how he references 66 books, right? He's like, I only go to the Bible and I go to those 66 books. And I only appeal to the Bible if I want the truth. And you're like, why 66, bruh? What? Don't you want to go back to you like old things, right? You like old books, do you? You like old compilations of books? You like collections of books, don't you? The old ones? You like those? You like that, don't you? I'm an Orthodox Christian. Yeah, dude. Yeah, those 66 books. Yeah, I wonder who determined that was the number. And if it's consistent with the past, I wonder. But I don't appeal to men, only the Bible. Oh. Okay.
Picking verses or parables and applying it to our life, that's a very dangerous practice because we become our own storyteller, which is...
You just said when you want the truth, you appeal to the Bible, which means you're reading it yourself. And now you're telling me the dangers?
Idolatry.
Yes.
And so you have to see this book as one complete story of birth, death, and resurrection.
Yeah, one complete story, but not having the complete books. That makes a lot of sense. Stick to surfing, dude. I'm no religious authority. I'm not an Orthodox authority. I'm just a fun guy on the internet who has a passion for converting people into Orthodoxy. But even I know you got to look at this as a complete story, except for all the complete books. You know what I mean? You just got to look at it that way. You know? You got to play Super Mario, the OG. You got to play it all the way through, except for not all the levels.
Or
He just refuted sola scriptura. Yeah, it's just amazing, Colin Rocks. That's why it's like, the thing that calms me down is it's not intellectual. It's not. We know this. This is not even for for ourselves too. It's not intellectual. Every time the week accumulates, our news gets foggy. We get a little on edge. We go to liturgy. Something's restored. Something's clearer, and it's not intellectual. So you're like, I keep, I'm one of the, I'm definitely guilty of this more than anyone I know, which is approaching things as if it's some sort of intellectual problem where I'm like blown away. If it's intellectual, you would be absolutely blown away by this. You'd just be like, how is it even possible to say the things they're saying in succession? How do you say contradictions so close in proximity? Well, it's not intellectual. And that's not piety signaling. That's just descriptively true within the Christian paradigm. It's just not, it actually takes some weight off my tiny shoulders to remind myself that it's not intellectual.
Creation and fulfillment in redemption. And so dispensationalism is the 12 tribes of Israel still deserve this land. And so I don't know where we want to...
And don't need Jesus?
And don't need Jesus, no.
Okay, so that...
You're just thinking, exactly. That's exactly it, John. It's not intellectual.
That's the... Leaving aside the land and what you do with the Levant and all that, and what the boundaries of that...
I'm still fangirling from Father Stephen DeYoung being in my chat. That kind of threw me off, honestly. Kind of set me off my square.
That land are. I mean, these are all questions I tried to get answers from in my conversation with Mike Huckabee to no avail. But
Huckabee, man, no Huckabee. Don't even get me started with that guy.
But that's secondary as a theological matter to the core question, which is, how do you get to heaven? How are you redeemed? And I think the New Testament could not make it clear. Jesus couldn't make it clear. Paul couldn't. Paul, the Jewish Pharisee, couldn't make it clearer. It's through Jesus. It's an exclusive claim. It's that.
Well, no, hold on. There's more to it. There's baptism. There's a lot more, Tucky. You can't just say through Jesus. Some people don't believe Jesus is God. It's all just so lazy.
That or nothing.
Correct.
He was. Yep. He was. He actually roasted this guy really quick with one single statement, and then he was out.
And Jesus...
That's what it says, right? Am I missing something?
100%.
A chapter I don't know about?
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father.
Okay, so then...
And the church is the pillar of truth. Uh-oh. Where's that?
Then you have people just arrive out of nowhere 150 or 200 years ago, and they're like, well, actually, there's one group that doesn't need Jesus? Is that what they're saying?
Correct. And this goes
Where
back...
does that come from?
It comes back from pride, is where I'll take it. So there was only one church, and it's not the Roman Catholic Church. It's not the Orthodox Church. Those are...
Bro, look, I just calmed down. Oh, this guy. Oh, why do I even listen to it again? Why am I doing this to myself?
From, in my conversation with Mike Huckabee, to no avail. But that's secondary as a theological matter to the core question, which is, how do you get to heaven? How are you redeemed? And I think the New Testament could not make it clear. Jesus couldn't make it clear. Paul couldn't. Paul, the Jewish Pharisee, couldn't make it clearer. It's through Jesus. It's an exclusive claim. It's that or nothing.
Correct. And Jesus...
That's what it says, right? Am I missing something?
100%.
A chapter I don't know about?
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life. No one gets to the Father.
Okay, so then you have people just arrive out of nowhere.
Here, let's make it fun. He's saying what's not the church. He said Roman Catholicism is not the church. Orthodoxy is not the church. Let's take some non-monetary bets here. Anybody? Should we do a poll? Here, let me make a poll. This is fun. This will be fun. Can I make a poll? So, I just get so I know, dude. It just gets me. It gets me. All right, let me start a poll. Okay. Is this it? No, that's not it. That's not it. It's a question. Okay, here we go. The church is the believers. That's what he's going to say. Believers. The church is ... What's one option? How do I get to it? This is not working. Oh, it's not. You know what? Forget it. You guys just write it in the chat. It's giving me trouble for some reason. The church is what? The believers, right? What else? The church is the church. Maybe that. Maybe the church is the church. That's a good one. The church is anybody who follows Christ. That's what it is. That's my big bet. It's anyone who follows Christ.
150 or 200 years ago, and they're like, well, actually, there's one group that doesn't need Jesus. Is that what they're saying?
Correct. And this goes
Where
back,
does that come from?
It comes back from pride, is where I'll take it. So
yeah, you will take it
there was only one church, and it's not the Roman Catholic Church. It's not the Orthodox Church. Those are great traditions. I respect those traditions.
I do too.
Oh, wow. You respect the traditions. Oh, wow. I'm so glad that we meet your criterion for respect.
But there's only one church, and that's the Church of Christ. That's the body of Christ.
Yeah, what is it? The church is the church. He wins. Who won? Who won? Who nailed it? You guys nailed it. The church is the church. There, yeah, Rip nailed it. Rip wins. There's only one church, Tucky, and that's the church is the church. I mean, I couldn't have said it better myself. I just love how eloquent you are. It's so simple. The church is the church. Yeah, but what is that church? That's a church.
And in 1054, you have...
Oh, dude, come on, Tucky, dude. Oh, my gosh. How do you do this? Don't you know, Tucky, that you will make your conversation here richer if you challenge this guy on anything? Oh, you just said the church is this church. Stuff is stuff. Reality is reality. There's only one church. It's not the Orthodox Church. The only true church is the Church of Jesus Christ. Yeah. What's that? What's the true Church of Jesus Christ? Oh, I just told you the name of it.
The Great Schism, the original split.
Right.
Nope, you can't have a schism without an authority. He's already in a contradiction. There can't be a schism. If you have an ambiguous church called the church is the church of Christ is the church of Christ, a schism would then affirm the things you're denying. Now you have to point to the true church such that one can have a schism. By the way, you can't even have heresies. This guy can't have heresies. I wish Tucky had the balls at least to go, I mean, if there's no authoritative church historically, what was the church that put the canon together? And why did you leave out so many books? Also, if you ever read, like, I don't know, Irenaeus, I mean, he has a whole volume against heresies. Like, do you believe in heresies? The church is Johnny Chang.
Denominational split. Boom. Now you have Catholicism in the Vatican and you have Orthodoxy. Well, today there's over 40,000 denominations. And you have to ask why.
That's actually not even true. Right? There's like, I understand for the effect, I'll even say something like that for the effect, but there's a true root, a true church, and then there's some branches that split. And you could say from the branches that split, there's smaller branches, but it's really that one branch. You know what I'm saying? Like there's not like a million divergent branches from the root. There's a couple that then produce smaller diverging branches. That's chronologically visually what's going on. And so I'd go, what branch are you, bro? Where's your branch? Where's your root? Do you have a list? I got a list. Hey, whatever your name is, dude, documentary guy, do you have this list? because we have the list. The list. You know what I should do? I'm gonna bring this list into a document that scrolls up when I need it. Huge letters. So when like game callers here and all you lovely prots who deny church history, I could just have it in big block letters, you know, maybe slightly transparent, maybe just behind me, maybe. No, in front of me. You know, it should be in front of me. And you guys can watch the whole thing. The church is the church, bro.
Hi, Tucker. If you and I preach the same gospel, what does that mean?
That you agree on something. It could be the false gospel, though. The fact that it's the same doesn't make it true, bucko.
We're equal.
Wait, what? This guy's the worst, man. Dude, stick to just making a documentary about Mormons. He's so confidently wrong. He's literally just making stuff up.
There's nothing different about you and I. We have the
If we believe the same gospel, there's nothing different about you and I.
same God, the same Christ. We believe in the same healing power of through the resurrection, and we are here to help the hungry, the sick, the poor, the naked, the prisoner, the sojourner, the orphan, and the widowed. But I don't want to be like you, Tucker. I want to be unique.
So many spineless Christians not willing to have against the grain opinion. Truth! Well, they kind of want to go, let's not do, quote, infighting. And it's like the reason, I believe one of the reasons, especially the West is in the condition it's in. There's a lot of reasons, but one of them, at least from a theological lens, is you just like sort of like, well, it includes the creator, self-evident creator God, right? It says it. Why can't we just run with that ambiguously? You know, you're a fellow theist, my fellow theists. What? You can't do fellowship with a fellow theist. No. No, but at least right? You believe in ambiguous God, right? We're good? Yeah, we're good.
I need something different. So I'm going to go to this book and say, oh, these guys, Tucker got it wrong. Like dispensationalism. Then I have a new message to sell, and I can sell it. Then I can package it and sell it. It's power and money.
Oh, this guy is he's such a bimbo. I feel like I'm watching the Real Housewives. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm watching a Real Housewives chick do an interview, and someone told her she knows a lot of stuff, and they're like, no, you got this. You do this. No, you got this. Just say the things that you think.
Is at the root of all of this, power and money.
But if all the new messages, I mean, that just seems like an explicitly anti-Christian message that that some people don't need Jesus to be saved.
I 100% agree.
If you were to summarize, I mean, you can believe it or reject it. Most people reject it. That's fine. You know, it's not my job to save people, but the Christian messages you need. Jesus.
Correct.
So if you have Christian preachers all of a sudden standing up and be like, well, actually not really, then they're not Christian preachers, are they?
No, they're dividing the body of Christ.
Oh, yeah, that's rich coming from you. JB, we good, you know what I'm saying, brother, isn't it? West side. West side. You know what I'm saying? We good? What, you mean you out in England? Out there with your brolly? Brolly won't save you from Islam, will it? It's a raining muzzy. Ain't it? The church is just a vibe, bro. It's like the most righteous wave, and we're all just riding that tube straight to heaven, bruh. Bruh. Say ew to my teeth. I got beautiful teeth. It's the only way I could do a British accent anyway.
Right, but on the basis of theology, that's the 180-degree opposite of the Christian message.
Correct. I would say...
What is going on?
I would say...
So many flavors of ice cream. It's like there's not a true ice cream. It's like giving me a headache. Give me the aspirin. I don't know if you can hear it, but I have a foot massager on. You want to try it? I just need to make sure you have socks on because it grosses me out to see skin of someone else's foot.
Most Christians, especially dispensationalists or Zionist Christians, are Talmudic Jews wrapped in Christianity.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? I think he's trolling. Honestly, I think this is... Okay, I'm going to give it to you. I think Tucky, he kind of already lived his legendary moment in life, right? And he's kind of sitting back. And I think he's just made a choice for some things, and this is one of those, not all things clearly, because he got really upset about Trump's tweet. But I think he made a choice for some things to just kind of like sit back and not be invested. Just kind of like bar talk it out. You know, to make it interesting. I think that's what he's doing. He's just, oh, what does that mean? I mean, I know what it means, but I want to know if you know what it means. You need the 90s Surfer Wappa news segment. Oh, dude, seriously. Seriously. Yeah, man.
Okay. So...
yes, he's spamming the what does it mean button. Yeah, yeah. This is the best thing you can do with these guys. They're so sure of themselves. I think Tucky, actually, now I changed my whole tune on this. Just like that. Oh, I'm so flimsy. It's pathetic. Just like that, I changed my view. I think Tucky knows enough people to read this guy. He's so confident. He was so good in Silver Linings Playbook. He's just letting him teach. Let him cook. Tucky, W. Because that's what you do with these people. Let him cook. Oh, what does that mean? Tell me what it means. Let him go. I'll just sit here with my arms crossed until the time runs out. I don't care. When this is ending, I'm going to play with my dog. I got 2 dogs. Lincoln and Madison. This is the best, though. Honestly, this is the best tactic. You just go, what does that mean? Can you tell me? Can you teach me what that means? And it flusters them, because look, he just got flustered from that. I have to learn this, actually. This is a learning moment for me. Tucky's teaching me something here. Instead of me badgering and being like, and countering, I should just go, yeah, what is that? I don't know what that is. Tell me what that is.
Christian message.
Correct. I would say...
What is going on?
I would say most Christians, especially dispensationalists or Zionist Christians, are Talmudic Jews wrapped in Christianity.
What does that mean?
Okay. So where should we start? Can I start in the Bible? Because I want to lean on scripture here. So
I want to lean on scripture here.
So
yeah, totally. That's what we're here for. You're the teacher today.
You have Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. Jacob becomes Israel. Right. Israel has 12 sons. Those are the 12 patriarchs.
Right.
Ironically, the word Jew, do you know what it means?
It comes from Judah.
Of Judah.
I thought it means something pejorative.
Yeah.
Right.
So who are the 11?
One of 12 tribes.
Yeah, who are the 11? There's so many muddled terms here that's so ironic to me. But so the story goes, Moses leads them through the promised land. 40 years, leads them to the promised land. They wander through the desert for 40 years, and Moses is about to lead them into the promised land. This is the land that in the Abrahamic covenants, and in the Mosaic laws, the Israelites are going to inherit this land, right? This is
You're the teacher today, not me. I'm happy to not wear that hat today. He's going into a manic state. Yeah, he's panicking.
This is the story. So they're about to cross into the promised land. Moses does something silly first, and he slaps a rock to get some water out, and he doesn't give credit to God. He takes the credit instead. And so
But what does that have to do with the question I asked? Seems like a kind of a dodge.
Jehovah says, hey, you're not going to enter the promised land. And I'm going to give you someone who will.
I mean, my question was pretty straightforward. You said modern Christians are just Talmudic Jews. They're just like fake Christians wrapped up in Talmudism. I want to know what you mean by that.
It ends up being Joshua.
So, this is a total deflection, by the way, because
Joshua is the next book of the Bible after the Torah. Joshua leads them into the promised land. So in Joshua 21, it says, all has come to pass. I actually want to read it because it's such
oh, wow, dude. Rough.
a powerful line.
Oh, it's a powerful line? That's why you want to read it. Gosh, you're such a liar. You little snake salesman. Just say you don't know it. It's not a big deal. I don't know so many scriptures. Oh, I messed that up. Let me look it up. It's not, oh, I want to get it right. Oh, it's so powerful. I want to read it. It's so powerful.
But
this guy's a total charlatan. Tucky sees through it, though. I got him wrong, honestly. Tucky's not some dum-dum, okay? Now, he plays dumb, probably, for a number of things, but, you know, this case, I think he kind of, what do you call it? Clocked this guy. He clocked this guy. He's like, oh, no, tell me about it. Teach me. Could I watch his documentary and make my own mind up about what it meant? Yeah. Yep. Why not?
But this is the fulfillment of the Abrahamic covenant, and Joshua himself says it.
Okay, so the question was, today, what you called, there are Christians wrapped up in Talmudic law or whatever he said, right? What are we talking about here?
And so the Abrahamic covenant, remember, is Israel deserves the land. Let's see where is this. Sorry, I'm a big note taker. Where's it on the back?
I'm right. Who knows? Maybe this is me coping. Like I don't want to hate on Tucky, but you know the opening of this whole thing was just brutal. It's brutal. So now he's like, wow, it's actually pretty easy to make you struggle. Actually, I actually take joy in this. I'm so tired of everyone being such a know-it-all. I just ask them a basic question and they say them crumble. It's like maybe the Joker was right. He's just staring at him, fumbling. Tucky's demoralized in this. He's like, I can't believe who we're making popular. Like, these people are just making stuff up. They don't know what they're saying. They don't care what they're saying. Even if they get a bunch of stuff right, they don't know what they're arguing for. Thank you.
Oh, dang it. It's not in this copy. I have so many copies of things. So in Joshua 21, he says, I've given you peace in the land. No one's warring with you. God has given us everything. All has come to pass, which means that covenant is fulfilled.
Okay, but Talmudism is hundreds of years later.
Jehovah had given Israel the land. They settled in it. And so dispensationalists will go, no, well, the Abrahamic covenants are still in effect.
Doesn't care.
No, the very man that led them in the scripture says all has come to pass.
I don't think you actually understood or even remember what I asked you.
And then on the
It's like asking a woman how her day was.
cross,
It's a mistake.
Christ says it is finished. And what the whole story of this book is, the Old Testament is a physical reality, and it's a shadow of a future spiritual fulfillment. Right. And so the promise...
Jesus says this repeatedly.
So the promised land, God did fulfill his covenant with Abraham.
Yes.
Joshua led them in, and he said, all has come to pass. And then what did they do? They didn't listen. They fell out. They bred with, other nations.
The Philistines, yeah.
And boom. Okay, that doesn't mean you get the covenant over and over and over and over again, right? And so Christ comes and he takes what is a physical nation, and Romans is clear on this, and that if physical Israel becomes a spiritual nation.
Well, it becomes the church, the pillar of truth, the church. Where's the church? The church is the church.
Becomes the body of Christ.
Yeah, Jesus calls himself the temple.
Yes, so Israel today is the body of Christ, Christ-believing Christians.
I'm right, too. Rip got one right. He said the church is the church. Whoever else said the church is Bible-believing Christians. What is that? The Bible's a liturgical document, bro. I love the tradition. Oh, I love the Orthodox tradition. I love my Orthodox people, but it's not the true church. Yeah, what? How do you separate the Bible from the tradition, buddy? What's your tradition? That's what I ask these people. What's your tradition? Oh, Bible-believing, Christian, Christ-following Christians. That's the true church. Okay. Who gets to teach it? Simple questions that Tucky could ask.
It's Christ-following Christians.
How do you know you're following Christian? How do you know that?
Israel, the nation state, is something else entirely.
Yeah, true. But what are we talking about
and
here?
There's a geopolitical argument to be had that, yes, like they deserve their country, they deserve the land.
For sure, right?
That's a great conversation. Don't use this book, though, to justify current geopolitical actions.
Exactly. I don't think the Bible commands you to hate modern Israel. I don't think that. And I don't hate modern Israel. But
it's not about that. It's about acknowledging who hates you. They have it all backwards. It's like, oh, it's about hating people. Well, biblically, this is what's so obvious to me, at least. Biblically, hatred is a rejection, right? It's not in the emotional sense that we overly use it colloquially today. It's a type of rejection. And the irony here is that modern Israel, modern Jews, Talmudic Jews, they reject Christians. And yet you can't say that. You can't just describe that accurately. No, you hate them. What? No. I'm acknowledging my opposition. No, you can't do that. It means you want to put them in an oven. No, I'm acknowledging there's clusters of people, many of which their very identity is rooted in the rejection of Christ. Speaking of people being afraid of infighting, it's sad to see Andrew die on the hill. Well, I mean, that's between you and Andrew. You know what I'm saying?
The claim that the Bible tells you have to support Bibi is so deranged that it's a threat to her.
Is Bibi even alive? Oh, I should have brought the cartoon in today.
Faith.
Correct.
Oh.
The physical...
We're going to slaughter the red heifer coming up on Monday. We're going to slaughter the red heifer on Monday. We're going to build a temple. I think we're build. What is it? Thursday? What is it? Nuclear war? I'm kind of iffy about nukes. If you said thoughts on upcoming highly specialized targeted weapons, I'd be like, yeah, probably. It's probably on the calendar.
The promised land is fulfilled in a spiritual promised land. The physical nation...
Thursday, I think Thursday, what do we build the temple on Thursday? So, what comes first? I gotta check with my secretary. That's such a bad impression. It's so bad. Don't do that, Kevin. No, that's not love. Don't tell me that's good. It's like some sort of New Jersey pizza owner. We got here, Tony. We love the Christians here.
Tribe of Israel becomes a spiritual nation.
No one wants to be your wife, BB.
That all are invited into. This is the story in this book. So the only...
Okay, wait a second. It was a Thursday. This coming. That's actually a really funny skit. It's like the ordinary planning of destruction from Bibi Netanyahu with his secretary. It's like, what do we wipe out Gaza? Did we wipe out Gaza already? Yeah, we wiped out Gaza already on Monday. What? It's supposed to be Monday by 4. Okay, and then that's leveled. You saw that? You saw the pictures of the leveled. Okay, and then what do? We do the gang. We do the dog thing. Should we do the dog thing on Wednesday evening's pretty good. I'm open for the group, the gang dog grape cereal event in the alleyways. Dismember Palestinian kid. What is that? I guess that could be any day. That's usually we have one of those a day anyway. And then we'll meet up with Trump, and then Mike Huckabee's doing a sleepover with the bunk beds, and we do the prank. What are we gonna do with the prank? When are we gonna do the prank where we make Ted Cruz dress up as a pig with a yarmulke? What are we doing that? Sounds like a great time. Great time. He's a favorite. He's the best. He takes all the pranks in stride. It's great.
Only reason why you would dip back into old covenant theology, dispensationalism, Zionism, is for two things: power and control. Our God, Christ, is a unifying God. He's not a divisive God. He doesn't divide.
No, that's false. This is I can't even watch it. Honestly, I can't do it anymore. I can't do it. Well, it's 2:55 anyway. Perfect timing. I can't handle it. This guy is terrible. The truth cuts. It divides through the most narrow. What is it? Between fascia and muscle. The thinnest of places it could cut, it cuts. You bimbo. You junkie. You mind junkie. Anyway, that guy's he's gonna crash and burn that one. Yeah, he's gonna get his little blip, his little documentary he does, and whatever. He's gonna run with it a bit, do his little tour documentary. But oh man, it's over. I watched that exactly. It's bad stuff, man. It's real bad. I don't read the scriptures. Well, the thing is, you could read the scriptures. We're definitely instructed to spend time reading the scriptures, just like we read prayer, read prayers and pray and everything else. Neil, it's just that this guy that I just reviewed reads scriptures too. So I mean, obviously that's not enough. JB, my clip is a small giggle. Okay, wait. You said on, what was it, on X? Okay, hold on a second. Got you. Yeah, we need a palate cleanser anyway. Jeez. Maybe we should watch a Jack Johnson song video, right? No. Not even close. Wait, what? Then, what do we do? Level the Palestinian. There's a Palestinian ghetto on Saturday. That should happen. I think we're gonna live stream that. Yeah, we should live stream that. That's good. Did you send it? You said X, right? I don't see it. I don't see it on X. Defender. No. Did you say X? Scottish Kenzie? I thought you said X. Is it Discord maybe? Send it on Discord maybe. And then what do we do? We're gonna send the ship. Did you get you send the shipments of hormones to all the trans kids in America, Canada? Got to make sure to get that out in time. Should arrive next Monday, early morning. Tell someone they have to sign for that, by the way. Sign, just give them a note that says sign for kids, trans hormones, kits. We got a great new, what? We sent David Wood all of those arts boxes yet? Hey. Nancy. We sent David Wood the hearts and boxes. Yeah. Sent it under your live stream. Did you send it? Did you send me a message on X? Sorry, Scott. Just write the name of the channel. I'll just search it manually. You said it's the only video. Is it Scottish Kenzie 25? Is it Scottish Kenzie 25? What else we got here going on? Okay, we arts of boxes over to David Wood, an apostate prophet, doing great work out there for us. Who else? We buy Twitter yet? Do we got to go through yet? Okay, good. Good. Jeremy Clarkson. That's actually true. I haven't seen the use of it, but that's fair. I don't know where it is. I'm trying to find it. I searched your name. Nothing's showing up. I'm on the channel right now. I know. What's the channel? You got to tell me the channel name. Scottish Kenzie 25. I searched it. Nothing's showing up. Is there another name of it? You're just buried, dude. You know? Send me a Twitter thing or something like that. What's the name? Look, what's the name of the video? Tell me the name of the video. I'll search that. Because we definitely need a palate cleanser. That's for sure. Lucas Gage spurging out with his terrible arguments again. Come on, Lucas. Come on, man. Boomer. Stupid. I hate myself. I hate myself. Is it one video? Atheism in a nutshell. Okay, gotcha. All right. Nice. I found it. Oh, it's him? Dude, you got... What's his name? What's this dude's name? Blippy? Wait, this? Dude, this is 3 hours long, bro. This is 3 hours long, dude. You're going to have to tell me a time code, dude. I'm watching that guy for 3 hours. You best be telling me, son, where they at? Where you at? That was the link. You gave me a link to Blitz or whatever his name is. Boomer Tech Bob. Boomer Tech Bob. Boomer Tech Bob. His people. Hey, Neil, do you think the Jews of today are the Jews of the early Temple 70 and before? It's a short 3-hour clip. Now, I'm sure that's not it. But that's what's posted. You have one post, no videos? I don't know. Playlists. There's playlists. Is it on the playlist? It says atheism in a nutshell and a link, but it's a 3-hour live stream. 26 seconds? That fast? Whoa, dude, you got lucky. You got on the top of the list of Blitz? That's wild. All right, good to know. Let's do it. You got to be kidding, Blitz. Seriously? No social awareness. No self-awareness.
All right, and we are live. Live for the first stream of 2026.
Put the lotions in the basket.
Everybody's having a good day so far. No, it's fairly early.
Oh, 2 hours. Okay, hold on. 2 hours, 3 minutes. All right, here we go.
Also true. From Reverend Nate with the 5 Canuck bucks, profoundly confused, unjustifiably confident, and they think repeating themselves is how conversations work. You're getting all kinds of gems today.
Why do you talk like a woman? Why do you have to talk like a woman? Seriously, I don't understand it. Look, I don't know if you're gay or whatever. It's like if you're a dude, why impersonate a woman?
Look, not a lot of people have had time to actually think, like, this is the first conversation a lot of these people have had about this kind of stuff. And that's fine. They're going to make mistakes. From Scottish with the 10 pounds, I can be argued against by a theist because I hold a consistent position. But to argue with a skeptic is stupid on its face. You aren't a skeptic. I refuse to call in with false skeptics. Well, look, you don't have to call in as long as you keep sending money to RageBait.
Oy.
I'm happy with that.
Wait, do you actually call in?
From C Design Proponent Cyst with the 5 Canuck bucks, my layman under...
This was supposed to be a palate cleanser, okay, Scottish? This was supposed to be this is like... This is like trying to clean a clogged toilet with more toilet paper.
Understanding is that Jason Lyle's work is just ad hoc and unfalsifiable geocentrism for light. What's your perspective on his cope physics? It's exactly that. From Kieran Danny, the empirical.
I hate this
all
guy.
mathematical objects exist in all mathematical objects exist, and objects are.
Oh, did you just kill him with donations?
Identical to their mathematical description.
Wait, did he just say mathematical? The ontology of mathematical objects are identical to their descriptions?
Fight me. From Boogie with the $2, extraordinary claims require extraordinary
This guy's so
beliefs. Or extraordinary balls, I'm sorry.
Using a turd to unclog another is wild.
And from Lord Mirok, I already answered that.
I already answered that. Here is a 99. I did a backbend yesterday.
From Scottish with the 5 pounds, if morals are subjective, dictators are justified. Prove it.
Prove it? What do you mean prove it? It's an entailment.
And from Mindforged Manacle with the $2, Scottish gave you like 80 pounds in one stream. Yeah, he absolutely did, and I'll keep fighting him in the comments for it. All right, let's bring up our next guest. Apologies for the long number of...
Dude. Yeah, Eli, you would destroy this guy. I just can't. I honestly can't. Like, I could barely think of myself getting in the Christo costume with the teeth and everything and calling in. It's so... It's so... I just can't. I can't. I just can't do it. That guy's the worst. I can't listen to him. Like, everyone's sending me links to the Ian guy who's like fidgeting with pens. They all talk like this too. They just talk like, I don't even know, like 10th grade, like cheerleader mean girls. They're like, well, it's not that, it's something else. It's something, there's the first order truth claims and the second order ritual claims. I just want a war. Is that bad? Went from cleanser to solvent. Yeah, I don't have a cleanser. Anyone have a cleanser? I mean, it's 3 o'clock. I'm gonna leave. But anyone have a cleanser? Oh man, TikTok. It's just. Oh, I'm so grossed out. I just hate it so much. Oh, hello, listeners live. Nice. Let's see how he's doing. Let's spy on him. It's always fun. So he's.
What actually happened was I was going to church on Saturday, and as I got closer to the church, all of a sudden I was overcome by anxiety and depression and every dark thought I've ever had about myself and a belief that I couldn't keep up with all the plans that, like, me and Jimmy have been making big plans for Ortho Thugs, and I'm like, I can't do it. I know I can't do it, and I'm like scared, and I'm like, I'm gonna fail, and all of this stuff, as well as like I can't go to church. I don't belong there. Like weird thoughts, and they were all encompassing to the point where I sat outside the church and just was dealing with these overwhelming feelings. These feelings that I'm like, I can't go to church this much. This is too much church for me. I'm crumbling inside. I'm a horrible person. I'll never be good enough, this, that, and the other thing. And it did not occur to me that I was being demonically attacked at all. It just occurred to me that this is reality. This is true. This is the truth. No part of me was able to like take a bird's eye view and say, you're in a weird place right now and you're dealing with demonic attacks. I couldn't see that. Because it affected me mentally, it affected me physically, my body hurt. I actually wrote it all down. I was going to confess it.
I heard this story from him, but you guys can hear it. I believe you. Thank you for the $5. We just can't. I just can't even listen. I can't even look at him. I can't look at him. I can't listen to him. Honestly, it just makes me want to suit up. Honestly, it makes me want to. It makes me want to say things I don't want to say. So, I won't. Gliggity, gliggity.
Håret klicklingsman from Hakridi helium av der och Ecclesiology och Kavartanga Haneli och det generam brother gliggity.
Exactly. Pretty much. Anywho, I hope you had fun today. I definitely giggled. I hope you giggled a bunch as well. That's what I'm here for. Get your giggles in. Like the stream, share the stream. If you listen to this after the fact, a great way to donate is become a member, or I'll link the Bob Chats, bobchats.com. Send your money through Vagine. Keep the best stream on YouTube up and running. Just a little island out here. Appeal to Galiggity for real. In the meantime, what is it, Tuesday? You're getting a bunch of streams this week. Because I missed out like 3 days because of that Pew Pew ban. So I'm being a little more careful in my reviewing of things, which sucks. It's like, what about live reviewing really fun movies? There's a lot of fun movies. They have Pew Pews in them. There's silly movies. Spaceballs has Pew Pews. If I watch a clip of Spaceballs, it's not even a copyright thing. It's going to be a Pew Pew. I mean, just stop. It's all right. Whatever. Hey, no problem, dude. Go to Liturgy, Jeremy, at least, if you haven't. Go to Pos Guide. Go to Posca. Be awesome. Anyway, I have to eat lunch and have another coffee. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you. I'm glad you guys stuck through with me, because that was... That was rough. But it's good to show, honestly. It's not fun to listen to, but it's good to examine that phenomenon of that guy, whoever he is. And Tucky as well, of course. Tucky's still the best. Pew Pew channels. Well, the thing is, Pew Pew channels can be up. It's about live streaming. The content with the Pew Pews are up. It's their AI program flags a live stream event that has those shapes in the video. So AI, it's like, oh, AI is going to take over. They can't even figure out context. They can't figure out anything. It's dumb. It's dumb. Yeah, I saw that. I'm not surprised. I mean, Twitch, how did it take that long? He's reviewing like Andrew and some other right-wing people. Like, I'm not surprised he got banned from Twitch. He'll do fine though. I mean, what is he worried about? See, like he wouldn't, like he can't move to some. That dude could just live stream from his phone at this point. No problem. What is he crying about? Stop crying. Osman Gold.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Anyway, I'm even concerned about that, honestly. Like, how does it distinguish a realistic game? I'm not going to do a live stream with Arma Reforger. They got me clocked. I think that's what the kids say. I'm not risking it. Anyway, I gotta go. Much love, y'all. Thank you for all of the very generous support and interactions, even those people that we oppose and debate in the chat. We do appreciate that you're here. And enjoy the rest of your evening and day, and be well. Keep yourself healthy. I'm still a little bit sick. So light your candles. All right. God bless you all. I'm out of here.
Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. It's another soldier got caught, only what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always up, always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant. Jimmy crack corn and I don't really care no more. What he gotta say, it's irrelevant. Once upon a time, could have been a partner of mine. Now he's getting checks from the government. I don't care where your idol stands, protecting his hands from culture jams with the oven. It's another soldier got caught, on it what you thought. Nothing here was done for the fun of it. I don't care what you say, I'm on some new shit. I don't care if you're digging what I'm doing. I don't care what you think about my music. I don't care, you're not the reason I do this. Always going. I don't care if I die without you knowing. Tried to catch your eye for a stint until I realized what that meant.